This country is famous for its wealth of heritage, from the many buildings that surround us to its extraordinary objects and its exceptional engineering. Most of it we already know and love, but this country is a treasure trove of hidden heritage and it's all waiting to be discovered. In this series, we've been travelling up and down the nation, looking for undiscovered treasures and forgotten places that tell us so much about our rich and astonishing history. And on Britain's Hidden Heritage today, we will be visiting one of the country's greatest historical treasures, a stately home in Scotland that has opened its doors to the public for the very first time. And I'll be meeting a very special guest who helped save the house for the nation.
I'd heard about this house, you see, that there was difficulty with it and that they wanted to sell it. And I know it would have just become a ruin.
Also, Charlie Luxton is reporting on an industrial time capsule in Birmingham.
It's staggering. I mean, having spent 53 years here, I still take my hat off to him. I don't know how he did it.
Claire Balding travels to Essex to learn more about the recent discovery of a very tasty manuscript.
It ceases to be a collection of recipes and becomes a record of cooking in the English country house.
Plus, John Sargent takes to the skies to find an icon of the Cold War that's still in the air after 50 years of service.
You don't expect to be in a small plane like this, flying alongside what was one of the most powerful machines ever built.
This is a journey to the very heart of Britain's hidden heritage. Sitting over the River Lugar in East Ayrshire, this picturesque Georgian bridge gives you an indication that somewhere along this unassuming cart track, you're going to find something simply magical and quite special. But even this chocolate box location cannot prepare you for what you're about to discover, and what can only be described as one of Britain's most remarkable heritage secrets, Dumfries House. Nestling in the southwest corner of Scotland, this is surely one of the most elegant country houses in Britain. Built 250 years ago by the 5th Earl of Dumfries, it spent much of its life frozen in time, untouched and often unlived in. A privately owned and very grand second home. That is until recently, when it came up for sale and became the subject of a frantic bid to keep it for the nation. A bid that was thankfully successful, because what makes this place really unique is the fact that it still has nearly all of its original contents. And when you take a look inside, you realise how important this heritage success story really is. Now, walking into Dumfries House today is quite a strange experience. Unlike many other such country seats that have been remodelled, redecorated and refurnished over the years, very little has taken place here. Now, I've just come in through the side door, the servants' entrance, and if I was to bump into the 5th Earl today, he would notice exactly the same furnishings that he originally purchased for this place back in the 18th century, and it's still where he left it. And so influential was the 5th Earl's taste and wishes that over the centuries, subsequent residents have hardly dared move or replace the contents. Even some of the original carpets are still on the floor. For the last 3 years, Dumfries House and its unrivaled collection of furniture have undergone a major restoration, bringing the place back to the condition it was in when it was first built. Because after 250 years, as a sleeping beauty, it has just started opening its doors to the public. In fact, the whole house has a wonderful feel about it, and for me, well, it feels like I've just personally stepped into an atmospheric photograph that's been immortalised. It's quite incredible. Every day at 7 a.m, with an almost military precision, the housekeeping team set to work keeping Dumfries House spick and span. Now, here's a sound. You don't hear that often. This is a sound of the 18th century. The whole house would have woken up to this sound. But the immaculate condition of the interiors is more than just the result of a daily cleaning routine. How has the house managed to stay in such good condition over the last 250 years?
The house was built for William Crichton Dalrymple, the 5th Earl of Dumfries, a great military man himself, widowed in 1755, and lavishly furnished Dumfries House, plain and simply to lure another lady here to the estate. Sadly, he died in 1768. The house was then later passed on to his nephew, Patrick the 6th Earl of Dumfries, who lived at Dumfries House for a further 35 years.
Yeah.
I have to
But
say.
it really didn't have an awful lot of wear and tear, basically.
Not at all. No, not at all.
Not daily use.
No, in the part of the 19th century, the early part, the house was entrusted to 311 service under the direct charge of a very formidable housekeeper.
Right.
And a fire was to be lit in every room during the winter months, and the windows were opened in every fair day.
Mary, what we're going to do now is we're going to set this table, and first of all we're going to place the pan in the center. Just get it really bang in the middle.
Okay.
That's pretty good, in line with the chandelier, yes?
Okay.
Ever so slightly towards you.
Me?
Just, yes. That's
For much
it.
of its history, the skeleton staff of Dumfries House kept the place in constant readiness for the return of a family. But as it turned out, it was rarely actually lived in, although to this very day the staff have been regimental about the daily maintenance of this 18th century time capsule, going to painstaking efforts to preserve its priceless contents. Well, the whole house is coming to life. The smell of fresh flowers in the reception area. Everybody knows what they have to do, and they do it with pride and passion. Country houses, such as Dumfries, relied heavily on artisans and small industries to keep them running, from the famous furniture makers down to the people who made the candelabra that graced the grand tables. And to discover more of that rich manufacturing past, reporter Charlie Luxton has been to explore our industrial heritage in Birmingham.
I've come to the old cobbled lanes of Birmingham's Jewellery Quarter in search of an incredible piece of our history. In the 19th century, Birmingham was known as the workshop of the world, and these now forgotten back streets were running with gold. With over 20,000 men and women employed in the streets and alleys around here, it must have been a very vital, exciting place to be. Buildings teeming with life, smoke bellowing from chimneys, horses and carts everywhere, the pounding of machinery. Looking around these streets today, you might think that nothing remains of that world. But you'd be quite wrong, because behind this unremarkable Victorian exterior lies a hidden world, suspended in time. And it was into this hectic industrial world that 19th century metalworker Jenkin William Evans arrived. And he had good timing. The jewellery quarter was booming, workshops were springing up all over the place. Kitchen tables were being turned into workbenches, garden sheds into factories, and Jenkin wanted some of the action. He started producing silver plate tableware as fast as his workers could make it. His inventions and tools were passed from father to son until the factory finally closed its doors in 2008. But in truth, it's hard to imagine that it would have looked much different in the 19th century. I've come to meet Jenkin Evans's grandson Tony, who also spent his entire working life in this extraordinary place. So what exactly did you make here?
We made items for a high-quality table. Things like sauce boats, sugar casters, candlesticks, candelabra, things
All of that
which would
posh
adorn
stuff you'd have on a lovely,
yes, and
lovely dinner service.
The business was in its heyday in Edwardian times.
Is this what I'm seeing, this stuff behind you here?
Yes, we've got a decanter label here. This one is made in copper. This is a copy of one which produced probably around about 1830.
So this is the kind of thing I would see in my grandparents.
You'd have a nice chain around that, hanging around the neck of a cut glass decanter.
Yes.
And if it was silver, of course, you'd have a better hallmark as well.
So why does the factory look the way it does? I mean, why are there just thousands of tools everywhere?
Because my grandfather was producing about one new design a day. Year on year on year.
Was that unusual? Because, I mean, that seems like an incredibly prolific output.
It's staggering. I mean, having spent 53 years here, I still take my hat off to him. I don't know how he did it.
I feel as if I've been transported back in time. I can sense the past and vividly picture the world these people lived in. The factory's made up of adjoining terraced houses that Jenkin Evans bought and converted as the jewellery business expanded. It was in these houses that Jenkin Evans and his family lived as well as worked. Even his children were born here above the shop floor. There's no doubt that Jenkin was an extraordinary man, and it's now my chance to turn the clock back and see his machines come back to life. Barry Abbott's learned his trade here at J.W. Evans. He's agreed to come back for the day and show me how to make a bit of traditional tableware. And so what are we going to make today?
Today we're making wine labels.
Okay, so what's the start of that process?
Well, basically we've got to get the blank.
Yep.
This has already been set up. Really.
Okay.
So we're going to make some blanks.
Yep.
So we can stamp them.
So this is the first, this is the raw, this is our raw material.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what's this, what is this?
This is nickel silver.
Nickel silver? How many of those do we need?
If we do about 3,
Okay.
that should be enough.
Barry spent 25 years working as a stamper here at J.W. Evans. The real skill, he says, is setting these great hammers just right, so when they crash into the precious metal, the connection with the carefully carved image on the die is true.
Now I'm just going to make sure the hammer's all right.
And so that's so easy because that belt is being lifted by this wheel.
That's right, yeah.
That feels like it weighs a couple of kilos, but I mean, how much does that weigh?
I would say about 250 kilos.
Really?
Yeah. But from the top to the bottom when it's the blow, it's about 2 ton.
So that's just had 2 ton of pressure banging onto it. So is this the last stage of the process?
Yeah, this is the last part I would do. This is what we're going to do now. We're going to clip it.
Okay.
We're going to take all the scrap away. So what we do, we put it into the tool. So and there you are. Well, what we've got to do to it now, it's got to be pierced, then it's got to be polished, then it's got to be plated, and obviously put the chain on, and that's finished.
And then it can go and hang in somebody's front room.
Yeah.
Must take you back to being a young man.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Oliver. Do you mind if I keep that as a souvenir?
No, by all means.
That's very kind.
Yeah, right.
That's really interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Barry represents the past for J.W. Evans, but the future of this extraordinary place is now being conserved with just as much love and attention as he put into the silver work that he made. Because English Heritage are undertaking a restoration project here that's groundbreaking. Restoration expert Alex Carrington has been working here for months. Her aim is to capture the building at the moment the machines fell silent. So when English Heritage open the doors once more, people will get a true picture of what life was really like at J.W. Evans.
There's a certain amount of first aid work required, which in some cases is all the minimum you need to do, and in other places decisions have to be made, how far to go.
What you keep, what you get rid of.
Because you're preserving a moment in time, and it's almost as if somebody has left, they've just put their tools down and gone, you would lose that charm where things live, you disturb the dust, because a lot of the dust and dirt is being kept here. Even the cobwebs are being kept here. So you're preserving all that.
So much of our industrial heritage is gone, and it's easy to understand why. Industry is all about progress, evolving, moving forward. And that is what makes this place so special and unique. It really is the most amazing little time capsule that allows you to travel back 100 years to visit a world that's been lost forever.
Back at Dumfries House, I'm keen to find out more about the structure of this beautifully designed country home. The 5th Earl of Dumfries, who built this house, certainly had his finger on the pulse when it came to fashion. He nabbed young architect Robert Adam and gave him his first big commission. And together with his older brother John, they completed the main build of this place. They oversaw the work and they got it done on time and on budget for the princely sum of £5,847. Now, in today's money, that equates to around about £500,000, which is absolutely astonishing. But just what is it about the Adams style that many still find so captivating? I met up with the head curator of Dumfries House to find out.
This can't escape anyone's notice. This is all about proportion and harmony and symmetry. And in fact, if you look at the plan itself, you could literally draw a line in the middle, fold it over, and the two halves would be completely identical.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. This local stone has weathered so beautifully.
It's amazing.
It's softened, especially in this light with the sun on it. It's remarkable.
Yeah, consider 250 years of Scottish weather, wind and rain. This is facing south, so it gets a good beating.
It gets the sun, it does get a good beating, doesn't it? But I tell you what, it looks absolutely beautiful. I can't believe how tight those joints are.
Yes, it's amazing. These stones would have been polished and polished and polished until they would come up with this perfect, it's absolutely perfect. And in many ways, the whole house is about perfection, the highest standards of craftsmanship and putting it all together. And here it stands 250 years later and still in extremely amazing condition.
Dumfries House itself may look almost exactly as it did when first finished, but restoration work on the estate is a never-ending challenge. Sandstone is an enduring building material, over the centuries used on everything, from city tenement homes to country seats and, of course, bridges. The nearby quarry of Lockerbriggs, one of the oldest and largest quarries in Scotland, has been supplying sandstone since the 1700s. As well as using cutting-edge technology, the stonemasons here still do much of the final dressing of the stone by hand. So you can imagine, I couldn't wait to see these experts in action. That's exactly the section of cornice you're going to find back at Dumfries House. How long would that take to cut out?
That there, to do with the traditional methods, you're talking 3 hours.
3 hours?
Yeah, 3 hours work.
OK, yeah. That's 100 years ago.
Yep. Yep.
Chipping away by hand with a small chisel. Today, how long would that take you to do?
Today, I think I could do that in about 40 minutes.
Really?
Yeah.
That quick?
Minutes, yeah,
That's
quick.
A beautiful finish you've got on that.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. So symmetrical. These days, stonemasons like Neil speed up the sculpting process by using power tools. And in no time, I can see the section of sandstone beginning to take shape. But what's really reassuring for me is that the specialists here at Lockerbriggs are still able to do the same detailed work using traditional methods. Let's put the clock back 250 years.
Okay.
Do it the traditional way.
Hook it up.
Anyway, it's like working with a piece of wood. You follow the grain so it doesn't split along.
Yeah, it's much the same. Yeah, it's much the same.
Is this a skill that's dying out?
Yes, it is, I'm afraid. Well, if you think of the amount of people that work here today, we have 3 stonemasons on site, and there used to be say out of 250 would be stonemasons.
Can I have a little go?
Yeah, of course you can.
I mean, this is very enjoyable to work on. If I was standing here trying to cut some granite, would I be struggling right now?
You'd be here for about 2 weeks.
In the 1750s, hand carving an ornate cornice like this would have taken 3 hours. I wonder how long it would take me. And I guess there's not a lot of wastage either, is there?
No, not particularly, no.
But that's thoroughly satisfying, really, really satisfying. It's not until you start to have a go at cutting a bit of stone yourself that you realise how tricky it really is, making that incredible facade at Dumfries House all the more impressive. Still to come on Britain's Hidden Heritage, I'll be taking a closer look at Dumfries House's unrivalled collection of furniture, including what is thought to be the most valuable bookcase in the world. The Prince of Wales tells us why it was so important to save this house for the nation.
There are so few houses left now which have their original furniture, everything designed for that house.
And John Sargent fulfills a boyhood fantasy as he takes to the skies to get close to a Cold War icon.
When I was a kid dreaming about Vulcans and being a Vulcan pilot, and here we are in this cramped space. It's a childhood dream come true.
But first, Claire Balding is off to Essex to investigate a culinary discovery that takes us back 130 years.
This is Audley End in Essex. It's one of the UK's finest country houses and a monument to Jacobean magnificence. It has over 120,000 visitors a year. But what none of them have ever seen is a piece of hidden social history that's come to light in the most extraordinary way. This breathtaking home has a rich history, stretching right back to the 16th century. During its lifetime, the site has been a monastery and royal residence. But the discovery I'm here to learn about relates to the 1880s, when Audley End was lived in by the 5th Baron Braybrook and his clan. The Braybrooks were an important landowning aristocratic family of the late Victorian era. They were also well-known socialites who loved to entertain. When a historic gem was recently unearthed, shining a light into how this upper-class family wined, dined and socialised, I just had to investigate. But the secret I'm searching for isn't to be found in any of Audley End's stately rooms or in this imposing great hall. It's to be found in the kitchen, the heart of every home. The discovery is a collection of Victorian recipes that were written in the 1880s. The author was one Avis Crocombe, the cook who prepared the finest foods for the family upstairs. Amazingly, she took the trouble to document her culinary creations in this ordinary-looking but utterly remarkable book. But historians at Audley End were unaware of its existence until 3 years ago. So, Annie, how was this book discovered?
We had a phone call from a gentleman called Bob Stride, who is descended from Avis Crocombe's husband's brother. And he rang us up one day, said he had this cookbook. It had Avis Crocombe Audley End written in the front of it, and were we interested? And on further investigation, we realised what it was. And once the screaming in delight had died down, we obviously accepted it with just... It was a mind-boggling moment, actually, when we just thought, how could this happen? This is brilliant. Because we know who used it, we know where it came from, we know where Avis Crocombe was cooking, that makes it really important. It ceases to be a collection of recipes and becomes a record of cooking in the English country house.
This handwritten leather-bound manuscript was brought in 2008, contained within it nearly 150 examples of the dishes created by Avis for the Braybrooks' many banquets. And it's all handwritten, obviously, sort of faded to brown if it ever started off as black.
and written almost like a mini essay. You know, you're used to seeing recipes done with measurements at the top and exactly what one needs for the ingredients, and then a description of how it's done.
Cookbooks at this time didn't usually have ingredients. You'll see at the end there are some recipes in different handwriting, which are probably either sort of interwar or possibly just after the Second World War, and they are much more what we would think of as conventional recipes. So they have the ingredients listed first and then the methodology.
As cook, Avis Crocombe would have been an important person in the running of Audley End. She'd have been responsible for all aspects of running the kitchen, working directly with the Braybrookes when planning the menus.
She is able to do the accounts for the kitchen. She not only knows cooking, she knows preserving, she knows how to run a household. She is somebody who today would be regarded as a ferocious businesswoman.
So the responsibilities for a cook in a large country home in the 19th century included more than simply looking after the food.
Her scullery maid is 17, her oldest kitchen maid is 25, so she's looking after an entire kitchen full of hormonal young women whose only thought, in some cases, is to get married. So she's also having to look after, almost be a sort of dormitory mistress, if you like, for a lot of young girls under her charge who left home when they were 13.
To help me get a taste for the 1880s, Annie's preparing a variety of sumptuous dishes for me to sample, all made following the recipes exactly as laid out in Avis Crocombe's cookbook. Among the delights will be gâteau de pomme, made with nonsuch apples grown on the estate. And according to Avis, these should be stirred without quitting it until it forms a very thick and dry marmalade. We'll also be sampling Windsor sandwiches with ox tongue filling, not so fashionable nowadays, can't think why, and almondine cake, which, going by the recipe, should be filled with apricot jam or whipped cream or fruit, according to taste. Before I'm let loose on her creations, I want to learn more about the eating habits of such a large and affluent household. Lucky for me, a daily account exists detailing every meal eaten at Audley End.
So, Andrew, what have we got here?
What we have here, Claire, is a consumption book from the 1870s, which is just a few years before Avis Crocombe came to Audley End, and it lists all the meat and other produce that was consumed by the family and servants. And if you look here at the first page here, we have on the Sunday beef and mutton, £29.
And they're having two different meats a day, beef and mutton or beef and pork, and then you've got hares, rabbits, pheasants, partridges, turkey, chicken, all the rest, ducks.
You would have had all the main courses, of which there would be several at the same time. So it was very different than the sort of table used to today, where you get brought different courses one after the other. It was a case of everything there at the same time.
Audley End's meticulous records may tell us what produce was eaten here, but it's Avis's cookbook that allows me to discover how that food would have tasted. Annie has finished preparing her banquet of dishes from the recipe book. And joining me is Bob Stride, Avis Crocombe's great-great-grandnephew, and the person responsible for unearthing the cookbook.
Is there any tea, Andrew?
There is. Shall I do the honours?
Yes, I'd love you to. Thank you very much. What we see in front of us now is bang on what was in Avis's cookbook.
Yes, it is amazing, but I've never actually made anything from it.
What else have you learnt about Avis?
I found that she actually married my great-great-uncle in 1884, and they then left the estate and took up a residence in London and started a boarding house. So they left behind this sort of domestic life.
And the other thing that strikes me about the book, Bob, is there's something that may not have made much of you taking it to auction, didn't have any monetary value, but put it here in the place where it should be, create the food that Avis was creating, and you have something that is real history. And this is living history. This is
indeed.
authentic, tangible, you know.
Yes, I agree, yes. And I must admit, we were very overwhelmed by the reception that we had for it right from the start.
I feel as if I've really got to know Avis Crocombe during my time here at Audley End, not because I've looked at photographs or portraits of her or read a diary of her innermost thoughts, but because I have seen and sampled her work. Her recipe book and her food are her hidden heritage. It's her legacy.
Returning to Dumfries House, my tour of what must be one of Britain's greatest heritage secrets continues. Walking around the building, it's impossible not to get swept away by the sheer quantity and quality of the opulent interior decor. These were made by Edinburgh carver William Matthey, a man working at the top of his genre. Incredible detail. Now, what you've got to remember is making a mirror back in the 1750s was an extraordinary task to get the hand-blown glass this size, this flat, and then it had to be hand-ground and polished. One mistake, and that mirror would just crack, and the whole process would have to be repeated. And then you had to get the mirror here by horse and cart over all those potholes from Edinburgh. One very nervous delivery man. I would imagine this mirror would have been wrapped in a bed of hay and boxed securely. Still, I wouldn't like to do it. The Earl of Dumfries, who bought and commissioned the furniture here in the middle of the 18th century, certainly surrounded himself with the very best, including works by perhaps the greatest ever British cabinet maker, Thomas Chippendale. Thought of as the Shakespeare of the furniture world, it's estimated that around 600 authenticated Chippendale works still survive. 50 of them, with their original bills of sale, are here in Dumfries House. Now restored to its former glory, the Chippendale collection here includes what is considered to be his greatest work. This rosewood bookcase, bought in 1759 for £47.05. In 2007, Christie's auctioneers gave this bookcase an estimated value of £4 million. Had it gone up for sale, it's thought it would have trebled that amount, which would make it one of the most valuable pieces of furniture in the world. I met up with the man given the daunting task of conserving this priceless artefact. James, this is fabulous. Is this the most important piece you've ever worked on?
Oh, definitely, yes.
Was it frightening?
It was pretty scary at first. It took me about 2 days to settle down to get into it.
And you had to do it all on site. There's no way you'd want to move that, is there?
If you moved that, I mean, that front door there is a massive piece of oak. If you put that in a different climate, that could have warped and twisted and split. And
it's lovely, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
Beautiful choice selection of the grains. This lovely Cuban flame mahogany sort of flaring out. Can you pull open a drawer? Can we have a look at some of the sections of dovetails?
This is a brushing slide drawer, as you know. So this is where your clothes would be put to brush them down.
And also wealthy gentlemen love to have furniture that did things. Things came out, you know, full front bureaus and all sorts of things, little secret drawers.
Yep, that's exactly it. I mean, look at the action in that. That is as good as it was made 250 years ago.
Slides perfectly.
Absolutely gorgeous.
And what about the carvings? I know you are a master carver.
Well,
one of the best in the business.
I wouldn't go that far, but
you are. You wouldn't be allowed to work on this otherwise.
Well, that's true, I suppose. There's about 60 patches in the cornice. A lot. Of course, this I won't touch it because you don't want to touch the gold. But this piece of wood here, for instance, it's not thick enough. He's had to glue bits of wood on, and the bits that had been glued on dropped off and got lost. Up in the basket up there, there was an awful lot of leaves that stick out, which had got caught and broken off and disappeared.
Well, I can't tell the difference between your work and...
Well, there's some pretty massive bits of wood in there, I must admit.
When Christie's came to the house to catalogue this piece of furniture, they implied this was possibly the most important piece of furniture they'd ever come across and the world's most expensive.
Well, it's certainly... I mean, look at the size, it's tiny.
Proportions are just right for any house,
Proportions are gorgeous. You could buy that and move it to New York. That could have, right now, been sitting in a New York apartment. They could have spent £10 million buying it. It would be sitting over there. And what a massive cultural loss to Britain that would have been, and to this house, because made for here, belongs here, as everything does.
Now on Britain's Hidden Heritage, former political correspondent John Sargent reveals his personal passion for an iconic aeroplane that dates back to the Cold War.
This is going to be a special day for me. I'm going to fulfill a childhood ambition. When I was a kid, lots of us were keen on spaceships and rockets and flying saucers, but I was crazy about aircraft. And one plane in particular caught the imagination of almost every schoolboy in the country.
And that plane was the Avro Vulcan bomber. This Vulcan, the XH558, is the only one in the world that's still capable of flying. I'm going to be allowed to take to the skies to fly with the Vulcan. I want to relive the excitement and passion I felt about this plane when I was growing up. I'll be helped by a brilliant volunteer team who formed a charitable trust to save the plane and get it back into the air. It's been a labour of love against extraordinary odds.
And it's that passion for the plane which has made it possible to have this version, the only one of its kind in the world, still flying. It's an amazing story. So when you first came across this plane, what condition was it in?
It was nowhere airworthy. There was a lot wrong with it that we needed to work on to get it to the stage where it would receive the approvals to fly.
It took Robert and his team of over 20 skilled engineers more than 2 years to strip this enormous bomber back to its airframe. It had to be rebuilt from the ground up. Around 800 separate components were overhauled.
Thousands of individual tasks turn it back from a museum piece to a flying aircraft.
So what was the secret of the success? How did you
Sheer
manage it?
determination, perseverance, never say die.
Finally, 14 years and £7 million later, Vulcan XH558 once again took to the skies. But there's one part of this plane that hasn't been restored to full working order.
This is the bomb bay. This was designed to carry the British nuclear weapon.
That's where the bomb, the great big nuclear weapon, it sits
Would
here.
have sat, yes, that's right.
Yeah, that's incredible, isn't it?
And there it is, the dark side of the Vulcan. The dream plane built to unleash a nightmare. But what was it like to be the pilot and have that responsibility? I'm meeting John Tye, who was ready to get airborne at a moment's notice and prepare for an attack.
We would get the tannoy message, and the tannoy message would say, "Attention, attention, this is the bomber controller for one group only, readiness state 1-5. That meant we had 15 minutes to get airborne.
And did you know at that point, once the tannoy went, did you know that it was a real alert, or did you think it was an exercise?
We had no idea. So every time that the tannoy went, it could have been for real.
You were in a position not to order an attack, but to take part in an attack which could kill tens of thousands of people.
Yes, it was horrifying, but I used to think that only we would have to do it if we were attacked.
Between 1957 and 1969, the Vulcan bomber and crewmen like John were primed to do their duty and retaliate. Thankfully, the attack never came, and John never dropped the bomb. But he did come face to face with the reality of this terrible responsibility some years later.
My wife and myself were on holiday, and a young girl came to talk to me, and she said, "I noticed you were talking English, and I wanted to practice my English." So I said, "Where are you from?" And she said the name of this town in Russia. It was my primary target, and it rocked me back on my heels. I could not believe that here was a person from my primary target, which I thought was barracks, airfields. I never thought of it as people. And here you've got a beautiful young woman talking to you, and you suddenly realise, all these years later, you've got this lovely person who you might have obliterated. And that really shook me to the core.
In 1969, the RAF handed over responsibility for the nuclear deterrent to the Navy's Polaris submarines. The Vulcan's service life was coming to an end, and in 1993, the last one was sold off. But now the Vulcan's back. I'm keen to get flying, but I can't resist the chance to look inside to see the heart of the beast. This would not have been allowed in the 1950s.
When I was a kid dreaming about Vulcans and being a Vulcan pilot, and here we are in this cramped space. It's just, yes, it's what it should be. It's difficult, it's complicated, it is. It's a childhood dream come true.
Finally, the moment has come. I never thought this would happen.
Parachute on.
I'm going to fly wing to wing with the plane of my dreams.
It's going to be a tremendous trip. And that noise you hear, that's the noise of the Vulcan. It is the Vulcan roar.
In a small plane, up close and personal, I'm going to see aviation history played out in the skies.
We're right over the Vulcan now, and we can see it on the runway.
Blade 5, happy for you to slam as required.
It is about to take off. The Vulcan is starting to move along the runway, picking up speed, and it's taking off. It's going up. What a sight. What a wonderful sight it is. It's already starting to pull away.
Vulcan, you are one noisy bird, but it's very beautiful. Contact Doncaster radar 126.
Oh, that is amazing, and we're right ahead of the Vulcan, and we're seeing it. Oh, that is a wonderful sight. I know it's a cliche, but it is like a great big bird. This is one of the most amazing and most extraordinary aircraft in the world. It's an emotional moment in ordinary life. How would you ever see a plane like this? What a sight. Oh dear, look at that. Oh, that looks terrific. Fabulous patchwork of Britain. One of the greatest planes in the world, which does happen to be, okay, let's be proud of it, happens to be British. And off she goes. Off she goes. Wow, look at that. Now she's showing a real speed. And we can see the Vulcan just roaring away from us, right up into the sky. What an amazing experience that was. You don't expect to be in a small plane like this, flying alongside what was one of the most powerful machines ever built. And it looked so beautiful.
Dumfries House in Ayrshire is a unique time capsule, a home and all its interiors left intact, exactly how it was first imagined in the 1750s. But in 2007, its future hung in the balance. Its then owner, the Marquis of Bute, decided to put his time and money into his other ancestral home and put Dumfries House up for sale. This piece of Britain's hidden heritage was about to be lost until, that is, a very important benefactor stepped in.
Hugely great.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Your Royal Highness, thank you for talking to me today. I know you're a very busy man.
No, don't worry.
Why is Dumfries House so special to you?
But I'd heard about this house, you see, that there was difficulty with it, and that they wanted to sell it and find a solution. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. And I remember trying 4 years before it actually came up for sale as a problem, I tried to find a way of seeing if we could help sort it out or find somebody who might help, a sponsor, a donor, whatever, but it was just such an enormous task.
Prince Charles personally secured a £20 million loan that was still needed towards the £45 million required to purchase the estate, including the house and its contents. It was a race against time with just minutes to spare before the seller's deadline expired. Had the prince not stepped in, it would have been a very different story.
And the reason why I wanted to do something about it was because the house is so unique with its contents. There are so few houses left now which have their original furniture, everything designed for that house. And of course by the great furniture makers, the Chippendale and the great Edinburgh makers, Peter, Matthew and Brodie. I mean, extraordinary to have that. And still in situ. So I just felt that it would have been a tragedy of immense proportions if the whole thing had just been split up and we would have been left with an empty shell of a house. And I know it would have just become a ruin.
Unbelievably, in one frantic weekend, Prince Charles was able to finally rally enough support for the project, raising the money needed to save the home from the auctioneer's hammer. But that's not the end of the story. His Royal Highness is now working hard to find ways of sustaining Dumfries House so that it can continue to be a treasure for the nation.
I mean, half the battle is to I think, see if we can use it for more events and all sorts of different occasions of weddings, for instance. Because you can imagine it isn't cheap to run it all.
A regular visitor to Dumfries House, it's obvious the Prince has a genuine passion for this historic home. Do you have a favourite room?
Yes, well, I do rather love. It's that dining room, which is the pink one. The pink dining room, because the plasterwork is remarkable in there, and also I think that it's the quality of the light that comes in through those windows. When I first saw that room, I thought this really is very special.
Well, I think you've done a wonderful job, and that's down to your passion and your commitment. And I feel I've discovered a real treasure from Britain's hidden heritage.
I'm so glad you have.
Thank you so much for talking to me. This country is famous for its wealth of heritage, from the buildings that surround us to its many extraordinary objects and its astonishing engineering. Much of it we already know and love. But this country is a treasure trove full of hidden heritage, and it's all waiting to be discovered. We've been scouring the length and the breadth of the nation, looking for secret treasures and hidden places that unlock our rich and ever surprising history. And today we travel to Northumberland to reveal the surprising and very grand setting that tells the story of the birth of household electricity. This room was the very first room in the world to be lit by Joseph Swan's newly invented filament light bulb. Charlie Luxton spends the night in one of Victorian Britain's most notorious prisons.
It's nearly midnight and I'm in a cold cell.
Claire Balding travels to Yorkshire in search of a relic that was lost 5 centuries ago.
Local legend has it that at least one piece of Gervaux treasure escaped the grasping hands of Henry VIII.
And guest reporter Charlie Borman sets sail from Portsmouth to find a unique piece of British naval history that's been at the bottom of the ocean for 100 years.
Look, and you can see the tower on the top and everything, just below us, literally.
This is a journey to the very heart of Britain's hidden heritage. Situated right in the middle of a 1,000-acre forest that is in itself surrounded by the wild moors of one of Britain's most remotest regions, I think we can confidently say today's host location is one of Britain's most hidden heritage secrets and one of the most stunning. Welcome to the Cragside Estate. If you drive an hour north of Newcastle, heading towards the wild and windy Northumberland moors, you get some idea of the remoteness of Cragside House. It began life almost 150 years ago as a simple two-storey country residence, the modest retreat of the now almost forgotten industrialist, scientist and inventor Sir William Armstrong. In 1863, he bought some land on this impossibly steep-sided valley, had it cleared and built himself the house of his dreams, perched on a ledge of rock overlooking the river running below. The first thing that really hits you about Cragside is the magnitude of the place. It is absolutely vast, and it's obviously been built by a man who didn't worry about the building costs or building regulations, or even the impractical complications of constructing a house on the side of a cliff in the middle of nowhere. It is a magnificent piece of landscaping, a superb piece of engineering, and it's all been made possible by the vision of one brilliant man. William Armstrong was an extremely influential figure of the Victorian industrial age. But unlike some of the more famous engineers and businessmen of the time, like Brunel and Thomas Telford, Armstrong's name isn't as widely known today. But as we will find out, his inventions have profoundly influenced the way we lead our lives, because many of the mod cons we now take for granted in our homes began their lives right here at Cragside. So who exactly was William Armstrong?
He was the son of a corn merchant born in 1810 in Newcastle, a Geordie.
Yeah.
His main passion was engineering and achieved so much from hydraulics, chemicals, electricity, shipbuilding. To the time of his death in 1900, there was over 30,000 workers at the Elswick Works alone.
During the 1870s, when Armstrong's business empire was at its peak, his companies were building hydraulic cranes for dockyards, warships and armaments for governments around the world. And Cragside played its part in Armstrong's success. Used to entertain potential clients, he filled the house with cutting-edge technology, hoping to impress his guests and seal the deals.
They had heating, they had hot and cold running water.
They had all the mod cons, basically, when you look around this house.
Exactly, the house is full of them. You know, it had a lift, mainly put in for the benefit of the staff, to take coal up, you know, to the various floors. Telephone system on the estate, fire alarm system. The owl suite, the royal suite, you know, it had hot and cold running water.
This is incredible. I mean, this is so ahead of its time, isn't it? It really is.
It is.
In 1977, the house was passed to the Treasury in part settlement of death duties from the Armstrong family. It was then transferred to the National Trust, who in 1979 opened Cragside up to the public, and they now look after the day-to-day running of the place. Let's face it, Cragside is in a remote location, but nevertheless it's open to the public, so it's got to be run in a manner befitting such a grand location. Doors open at 1 p.m. every single day, but there's an awful lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, prepping, and that's a big task on such a large estate like this. There's only full-time staff in the house. There's 5 gardeners, there's a forester, but there's also a team of dedicated, enthusiastic volunteers. Now, without them, this place wouldn't be open to the public, and they're having a staff meeting right now. So let's be nosy and have an earwig. Hi everyone, hello. Sorry if I'm just being a bit nosy. I know you're going to open the house any minute now. Have you learned an awful lot about William Armstrong and what he set out to do?
Yes.
I think he was exceptional with the way his servants benefited from his inventions.
Oh, for sure.
Yes.
He never gets the appreciation that he should get.
Championing the cause.
Yes.
Well, good on you. Look, I won't keep you because I know you've got work to do. You're going to have a bit of lunch before it's 1 o'clock. You haven't got long, have you? While the volunteers work out who's doing what, I have the opportunity to take a good look around the house myself. Every room seems to be chock full of surprises, but not all of them feature on the guided tour, like one rather unique collection that particularly grabbed my attention. Do you know what? This is the most extensive collection of moulds I have come across in my entire life. We've got jelly moulds, biscuit moulds, butter moulds, cake moulds, you name it. Lord Armstrong has got it right here. Walking around the house, you really do appreciate the extent to which Cragside has been preserved. You know, in its heyday, there were around 100 servants here, and I'm actually climbing the ladies' quarter now, where they lived. The higher up you got, the lower down the pecking order you were. So on the top floor were the scullery maids. And of course, over the other side of the building were the men. They kept them apart. Coming up the last flight of stairs now, and you can see how high we are out there. We're above the rooftops. It's astonishing to think it was the servants of Cragside that were treated to some of the best views of the estate. Wow, what a view! Isn't that incredible? And, listen, the sound of water. Water was the driving force behind the triumph of Cragside, and later I'm going to learn how water played a powerful part in Armstrong's inventions. The story of Cragside, William Armstrong and all the staff that lived and worked here are one of many success stories throughout Britain during the 19th century. But there's another side to our Victorian history that's a little bit murkier. Charlie Luxton went to Lincolnshire to uncover some rather dark and disturbing parts of our hidden heritage.
Deep in the heart of this ancient town lies an important part of our heritage that history has tried to forget. Enclosed behind the tall, imposing walls of Lincoln's Norman Castle stands a building that was shut down over 100 years ago, and it's been closed to the public ever since.
It's a sinister remnant of a discredited, barbaric system, but an important reminder of how the Victorians treated criminals. I've come to Lincoln Castle Prison, which is about to have its first inmate for 140 years. Me.
I've been given special permission to spend the night here to try and get some sense of what life must have been like for the inmates it was designed to hold. The Victorians built this jail, an extension of an earlier one, in 1847. They were enthusiastic jailers. This prison was one of over 90 built or extended between the 1840s and 1870s. But Lincoln Castle was more than just another jail. It heralded a whole new approach to the prison system.
This is so special because it was specifically built for a system that at the time they thought was going to reform all prisons, but what actually turned out after a couple of years to be something quite evil called the separate system or the Pentonville system.
So how did that work?
It started off in America with Quakers, Benjamin Rush. They decided that punishment wasn't working. So let's try something different. Let's try reforming. And the way you can reform is by religion, silence, and solitude. And the way they would enforce the fact that you would not meet or see anybody else was you had a hood. A hood with slits for eyes and a little peak, which you would put onto your head before you left your cell. So if you can imagine 2 years of virtually not talking to anybody, it sent a lot of people mad.
This whole system was based on control and fear. Wearing this rough cloth hood is uncomfortable, disorientating, and very scary. And as one of the few times you got to take it off was to watch a prison chaplain in full-on fire and brimstone mode, it's no wonder prisoners went mad. I want my time here to give me as good an insight into the lives of the prisoners as possible, so I need to know more about who these men actually were.
Well, there's lots of people that are held here.
They range from people convicted of stealing a scarf maybe, and they would generally be held here for sort of 3 months at a time. And then we have the very serious cases which can result in execution.
The separate system was undoubtedly cruel, but by implementing it, the Victorians were trying, however badly, to improve the previous, even worse prison system. And it's the story of one Anderson Irving, a young convict that was held here in the 1700s, that really highlights the poor conditions that existed prior to the separate system.
He was arrested for stealing a silver cup, and then he was brought to Lincoln for his trial. After his conviction, he was sentenced to transportation to the colonies. So he was sent out to Australia, where he proved himself an able surgeon. So whilst we don't have records of him in books, we do actually have something slightly better, which is his name carved into one of the stones in the cell that he was held.
Irving's story is extraordinary. Transported to the other side of the world for stealing a cup seems incredibly harsh. But worse is where he appears to have been kept while an inmate here, because deep beneath the Victorian building lies another hidden prison.
So Bob, how many people, come down here to the basement?
Not many. The only people come down are when it needs maintenance or we need to look at things if anything's happened.
Right in there, is it?
Yep.
Okay. It's pretty narrow, isn't it?
It is.
So this would have been a transportation cell?
Yes, yes.
You're joking. I mean, look. You couldn't keep people in. There's no lights. There's no windows. This is ridiculous. I mean, so this would have been packed full of people about to go off to Australia to be on their way to transportation.
Yeah.
So our Dr. Irvine, he'd be down here somewhere, would he?
He will be, yes.
Where is he? Do you know where his name is?
Yes, if you'd like to follow me.
Okay. What, through there?
Yep.
And that's really old stone, that, isn't it?
As we come up to this entrance here...
Well, I'm not getting through there.
Well, I can't. And I'm bigger than you. But as we crouch down, you can actually see the name.
Irving, look at that. So 84.
It is, yes.
So that's 1784.
1784.
I mean, you can see why he ended up being a surgeon. He's got a very good hand.
Oh, aye.
That is absolutely... It's almost incredible that, in this sort of dehumanising system, he just didn't want to get forgotten, did he?
No, he didn't.
Being held here must have been a living hell. The sounds, the smells, the fear must have been overwhelming. I've learnt a lot today, but now it's time for one final insight. It's time for the first inmate for over 100 years to check in for the night. I'm just looking through the governor's journal here from 1852, and there's years of it, and what it really makes you realise is the crushing mundanity of life here, a system designed to break the spirit. And it's funny because when we were talking about coming and spending a night here, it seemed like a really good idea on the phone, but now I'm sat here, it's nearly midnight, and I'm in a cold cell that is really not very comfortable. And I know that when I wake up in the morning, lying here, I'm going to look up at that roof, and the first thing I'm going to see is going to be the first thing that thousands of inmates saw over decades. The separate system was a brief but bizarre moment in Victorian Britain. It lasted for less than 2 years. Lincoln Castle Prison itself was closed in 1887. Ironically, it became a victim of the Victorians' obsession with locking people up. It quite simply ran out of space. And when a newer and larger prison was built nearby, this place became an archive store for the county council. This is dawn, and I can't say that I've had a hugely comfortable night, but I think it's been important that I came and spent some time here and spent the night, because so often we have a tendency to
to celebrate the great and glorious episodes in our history and brush under the carpet the darker and more sinister sides, and that is certainly what Lincoln Castle Prison is. And that's exactly what makes it such an important part of our hidden heritage.
Back in Northumberland, my tour of Cragside has taken me outside onto the 1,700-acre estate. Lord Armstrong came to this valley as a young boy because he was a keen angler. He wanted to fish the water. And it's water that's become the theme that's linked this house with many of his experiments that he's carried out within it. And it's highly likely that he chose this area to build his house, not because of its outstanding natural beauty, but because of its potential for hydroelectric power. Armstrong was fascinated by the potential for harnessing the power of water. And on the top of the crag, way above the house, Armstrong diverted 2 rivers and created a series of 5 stunning lakes. It's only out in the middle of one of these lakes that the monumental scale of Armstrong's vision becomes apparent. He was way ahead of his time, realising the potential water provided for renewable energy. This wasn't here before. He built all of this high above his house, which created a vast head of water with so much pressure it could be collected through a series of pipes that would drive all of his experiments. At a time when the world's manufacturing industries were eating up coal and gas, Armstrong saw fossil fuels as expensive and wasteful, even predicting that coal would run out within 200 years. But how, in 1878, did he turn water into electricity? Cragside's resident engineer, Robin Wright, knows all about Armstrong's technical wonders and his visionary genius. This is great, isn't it?
And,
the moors.
It's a lovely spot, yes. Yeah, right out on the moor he built a dam. The water supply runs into a canal for perhaps about a quarter of a mile, and then into this 2-foot diameter clear pipe, which eventually runs down through onto the estate.
I'm starting to understand the scale of what went on here. By the time the water reached the estate below, it had dropped 140 feet, building up enough pressure to turn a high-tech water wheel or turbine. Robin is going to demonstrate how, for the first time ever, Armstrong turned water pressure into electricity. Well, I've got the hose pipe, you've got the dynamo in your pocket. Let's have a look at that. What is that exactly? A light bulb in there?
Yes, we've got a small LED light bulb with a little gearbox inside, which is driving this little dynamo, which is coils of wire going round
a magnet.
A magnet, yeah,
okay,
and providing the
wire.
electricity. Copper wire, yeah.
Right. Okay. So there's a little nut on there, so you can put that in.
Yeah.
In there.
We'll see if this works and see what happens. We'll try not to get too wet.
Okay. Right. Let's try it, shall we? Here's water from the reservoir. Here we go.
Yes, we've got a bit of light there.
Armstrong's real genius was to combine the ancient technology of the water wheel with the very recent inventions of his friends and fellow inventors. Werner Siemens' electro-dynamo machine, first demonstrated just 10 years before, and the incandescent light bulbs of fellow northeasterner Joseph Swan. Now, when you think about hydroelectric power stations, you're probably imagining huge, great big dams somewhere or massive concrete buildings, not some small, unassuming little building in the middle of the woods here at Cragside. Well, look, this is it. This little cottage is the powerhouse. And this pipe is Journey's End for the water, now running at £150 per square inch. It runs under the floor and then hits the turbine. The wheel is covered, it's cased in metal to stop the water from splashing everywhere, but it drives this shaft. You've got your 2 huge, great big magnets, your coil of copper. That's spinning around at 1,300 revs per minute. Here are the terminals that you can draw the power supply from, the positive and the negative. So this is really what feeds the house up there, the world's first hydroelectric dynamo for domestic use. Our reporters have been touring the British Isles in search of the overlooked, and in her quest for hidden heritage, Claire Balding has been to one of the most beautiful parts of the country to find a long-forgotten ruin that's been neglected for centuries.
Now everyone knows all about the Yorkshire Dales. Big, vast, beautiful landscape, great for walking, for cycling, for riding. But the thing about Yorkshire is the deeper you dig, the more you find. And for history buffs, this place is a treasure trove. There were more battles fought in Yorkshire than any other county in the country. And if you go off the beaten path, and I mean really off it, you will find a place like this. Not just one of Yorkshire's, but one of Britain's hidden gems. Buried in the depths of Uredale, the ruins of Jervaux Abbey tell the story of a vibrant monastic community and of its eventual destruction by one of Britain's most infamous kings. And yet, this important historical site is very much off the tourist trail. The nearby abbeys of Byland and Rievaulx are much better known than Jervaux, and this one feels a bit like going into somebody's private garden, and it is privately owned. That doesn't mean it's not open to the public, it is all year round, but you'll never find a massive crowd here because it's so hard to find, and I haven't been here before, but there it is. That is magical. The monastery at Jervaux was founded in 1156. During the following 400 years, not only did the abbey develop into an important centre of religious devotion, but the Cistercian monks also established a thriving trading community, farming the land, breeding horses, and producing Wensleydale cheese. So, Glyn, what would life have been like here in the 12th century?
Well, there are 60 or 70 monks, and they're supported by perhaps 3 times as many lay brothers. It's a self-supporting organisation. It has a huge estate. It feeds itself. It's self-sufficient. Everything they eat, drink, and wear is made here.
But in 1534, the fortunes of the abbey changed dramatically. Henry VIII passed the Act of Supremacy, making himself head of the Church of England, and ultimately bringing about the dissolution of many religious houses, including Jervaux. Within 4 years, the abbey had been demolished. Its land became the property of the Crown, and much of its treasure seized, sold, or smashed. Before its destruction, Jervaux and its ecclesiastical treasures were valued at the equivalent of nearly £1.5 million in today's money. Afterwards, all that remained were the building's crumbling walls and broken pillars. And here it stood for nearly 500 years, with the Yorkshire weather and Mother Nature taking on what the wreckers left behind. Until, that is, the current owners acquired it as part of a farm in the 1970s and have been lovingly caring for it ever since. I really do love the feel of this place. I love the fact that you can climb all over it, that nowhere's out of bounds, that it's deliberately rough around the edges. But it is very hard to imagine the full scale, the grandeur, the colour of it in its heyday. All of that seems to have been lost. Or has it been? Because local legend has it that at least one piece of Jervaux treasure escaped the grasping hands of Henry VIII. It's believed that one of the churches in the area surrounding Jervaux contains an artefact from the abbey, so I'm off to St Andrew's Church in Aysgarth. Legend has it that this ornately carved, brightly coloured relic was salvaged from the abbey during its destruction. It's said that 20 men heaved this huge oak screen the 10 miles from Jervaux to the church. But is the story true?
Well, it's a magnificent piece of woodwork and carpentry, but how do we know whether this came from Jervaux?
Well, there are a couple of ways of actually working it out. First of all, just looking at the screen itself, it has right in the middle, up the top here, the initials either HM or HW. And we know that they occur on another piece of furniture from Jervaux, from a stall end. That's a pretty good way of guessing.
But Glyn's come to Aysgarth today, armed with measurements taken from the abbey. As all Cistercian abbeys were built to a similar design, he's pretty certain that he knows where the screen would once have stood, as its stone plinth is still in place at Jervaux. He has a hunch that, if proven correct, could finally solve the origin of this mysterious artefact.
The gap in the plinth at Jervaux is 70 inches. When we measure it here, I think we'll find that it's pretty close to 70 inches.
OK.
And in fact, it's 73 inches exactly.
The width of the door is 3 inches wider than the gap at the abbey, allowing for the stone plinth to have a 1.5-inch step on each side of the door. That's a very good match.
The door is the one thing you can't really alter. We can actually fit this door to the existing foundations at Jervaux. This has to come from a monastic church somewhere, and Jervaux is the nearest.
Hundreds of thousands of tourists come to the villages around this part of Yorkshire through the summer holidays, but hardly any of them will have discovered Jervaux Abbey, and even fewer will know about the painted screen here in this church. But it all goes to show, as I said earlier, the deeper you dig, the more you will discover about Britain's hidden heritage.
At Cragside, I'm continuing my quest to discover more about Lord Armstrong's inventions. The place is filled with gadgets that we nowadays take for granted. Electric bells, an in-house telephone system, and a lift. But in the 19th century, these things were revolutionary. Now, we've seen how William Armstrong created his own electricity before it was in common use. But what did he use it for in the house? Well, I can tell you, because I'm standing here. This room was the very first room in the world to be lit by Joseph Swan's newly invented filament light bulb. What an amazing piece of history. Sir Joseph Swan was a physicist and chemist who, like Armstrong, came from the northeast of England. In 1878, Swan invented the incandescent light bulb. It wasn't long before news of the breakthrough reached Armstrong, and he had Swan install this technology at Cragside. And here is one of the original lamp bases. There are 4 of them all together in the room. The lamp base itself is made of copper, but it's been beautifully decorated with enamel. Lovely colours, still vibrant. It's known as cloisonné work, but it's the copper that helps conduct the current. This worked by virtue of sitting in its own tray of mercury, which also conducted the current, but there was no such thing as a light switch. You couldn't turn it on or off. It was constantly on. No one had thought about this because it was in its infancy stage. So in order to turn it off, you had to take it out of its bed of mercury, like that, and then put it back in to turn it on. But I have to say, back then, people watching this would be in awe of it. They would be totally amazed. It would be like seeing a magic show. This whole room just perfectly lit. And it's no wonder this house was once described as the palace of the modern magician. In fact, Armstrong harnessed water power as a means of driving numerous other imaginative gadgets dotted throughout the house. What a lovely, big, airy kitchen. Just look at the size of this. So, is this the first dishwasher in the world?
Well, it's a very early form of dishwasher.
How does it work?
It's just pressure of water
and you closed the doors so it was all contained, and you had these jets of water hitting the dishes.
He went to a lot of expense then to get the water from the lakes or the reservoirs to this house.
He did indeed, and that's what makes the whole house work, though, the power of water.
Cragside's reputation spread rapidly throughout Victorian Britain. News of Armstrong's household innovations eventually reached the future king, who invited himself around. Later, I'll find out more about the royal visit to Cragside.
Each week on Britain's Hidden Heritage, we're sending out a famous face to talk about their own heritage passion. And today, Charlie Borman sets off to find out about a submarine that's been on the seabed for the last 100 years.
I've journeyed to the south coast of England, to the historic naval town of Gosport. I've come here to learn about the discovery of a shipwreck, a crucial piece of maritime heritage that casts new light on the early beginnings of the Royal Navy submarine service.
And that's where my search is going to take me today, back to the very beginning of the 20th century and the very first all-British Navy submarine. The only problem is that it's not here in dry dock. It's out there under the sea where it's been lying in obscurity for about 100 years.
As someone who is nuts about technology, this journey of discovery is an incredible opportunity for me. My guide is Martin Davis, who is in charge of monitoring and protecting the site. We're motoring to a point just off the coast of Brecklesham Bay, where 10 meters below the surface lies the boat's remains. It's a thrilling ride out. As we close in on the wreck, I'm getting even more eager to find out what it was they uncovered.
It's so exciting.
As we get nearer, Martin uses his onboard sonar to help us pinpoint the wreck.
So we'll be able to sit on here in a few minutes?
We certainly will, if we just go very slowly now.
Okay.
Carefully go round it. We should just see the wreck rise from the seabed.
Yeah. Okay.
We get a good view of it. There she comes.
Oh, there she comes. Oh, yeah.
There's a little hint of it there.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. There it is. And it's just sitting there on the bed of the sea, just below us, literally.
What I'm seeing today is exactly what a fisherman saw in 1987, when the mysterious structure showed up on his sonar. He didn't know it at the time, but what the fisherman was looking at was the tower of a submarine.
Wow, what an experience to come across it, to be the first to see it.
It was, however, obvious to him he'd stumbled across a large wreck, but it took a local dive team to establish just what had been unearthed.
We come out the following day to see what the obstruction was, not knowing what it was.
Yeah.
Zero vis dive, couldn't see hardly anything at all. Bumped into what turned out to be a compass, just there on the bottom.
The discovery of a compass was a tantalizing find. But visibility in British waters can be poor. And the team had to make numerous trips before they could work out what had been found.
Come back the following week, the viz had gone from 0 to 3 metres. We realised it was a very early type submarine.
The team had a hunch the submarine dated back to the very beginnings of the Royal Navy submarine service. By the start of the 20th century, countries like France, Japan, and the US had begun to realise the potential submarines had for military use, and the British were keen not to be left behind. So, in 1900, under a veil of secrecy, Vickers, Sons and Maxim at the Borough-in-Furness shipyard set about developing their very own submarine, codename the A1. And incredibly, it's this very submarine Gordon and the divers had discovered.
Been diving quite a few years, you know, finding absolutely nothing really.
Yeah.
And then coming across this, yeah, absolutely amazing.
Astonishingly, the A1 had been lying on the seabed for 100 years, half buried in a sandbank just outside the mouth of the busy Chichester harbour, 5 miles from where she was reported to have sunk. The experimental submarine, seen here on the day of her maiden voyage, proved to have a remarkable performance when put through her paces. With her crew of 11, the A1 had a top speed of 8 knots, was over 30 meters long, could travel 25 miles underwater, was armed with a single firing torpedo tube, and one of the first practical modern periscopes. Conditions may have been cramped and basic for the sailors, but at the time she was still one of the most advanced submarines anywhere in the world. Since her discovery, the A1 has been the subject of numerous archaeological dives, and the vessel has given up some extraordinary finds.
Oh my God, they're unbelievably in perfect condition.
Yeah, perfect.
Aren't they?
Yeah,
God, they're beautiful.
Out of all the binoculars that have been found by not only myself but Gordon and the others, over the years, many pairs of binoculars, but the first that have actually been restored back to working condition, they're incredible.
But they do work, don't they? You can see.
Yeah. The quality of the brass is fantastic.
Oh, that is incredible. Ross of London, they're from.
Yeah. They were hanging in their case down in the conning tower. When I reached in to just lift them out on the strap came off the case, and they tumbled back down into the submarine.
Oh my gosh, so they were...
They laid inside on the floor for about 2 years.
A wealth of remarkably well-preserved artifacts have been salvaged from the A1 and restored back to their former glory. However, there is still one piece of the A1 story that is missing. How she ended up in her final resting place and what happened to the crew. To uncover the truth, my search has brought me to the vault of the Royal Navy Submarine Museum, where thousands of blueprints, photographs and declassified military documents are held, and that stretch right back to the very beginnings of the submarine service.
The thought of being, in a metal contraption under the sea, I mean, it took a lot of nerve, didn't it?
Yeah, I say to people that it's almost like to us going up in the space shuttle, but I suppose they just sort of took it. It's everyday part of life for these guys. It's just the norm.
But in March 1904, events took a tragic turn for the A1 and her pioneering crew. The submarine, captained by Lieutenant Mansberg, sailed to the Solent, ready to take part in the first full Royal Navy training exercise to involve a submarine.
Mansberg, the captain, was attacking a surface vessel. It was the last day of the manoeuvres, and he was keen to press home his attack. A fast liner, the Berwick Castle, comes steaming through the exercise areas.
A civilian?
Yes, civilian liner. She doesn't see the periscope. The captain of the submarine is so intent on his attack that he doesn't see the liner bearing down on his submarine. So there's a collision, and the submarine immediately fills with water because there's no partitions. And as soon as the damage occurred, the crew would have been stunned, unable to do anything, and all 11 of the crew were killed.
The brave men that lost their lives in the A1 tragedy became the first fatal casualties of the Royal Navy Submarine Service.
These are the names of the crew, the people who actually were killed in the accident.
Oh, that's kind of sad to see that, really.
Mm.
Oh, they were so young as well, weren't they?
The sinking of HMS A1 certainly serves as a stark reminder of the risks taken by these heroic pioneers. The damaged A1 was repaired and re-entered into service, but in 1911 she sank again, this time during an unmanned exercise. But now it would be nearly another 80 years before she was ever seen again. However, it has left behind a legacy, It's because of the A1 that all submarines were subsequently fitted with double-hatched conning towers, increasing the chances of survival for crews. In fact, many of the safety features and designs of modern submarines can all be traced back to this iconic boat and its heroic crew. But what does the future hold?
The A1 submarine is part of our heritage, whether it's out there in the bottom of the ocean or in a museum. But for me, it's a little bit too hidden. The people who built the A1 were ingenious, brave, and they were pioneering. And the fruits of their labor shouldn't be allowed to rot away at the bottom of the sea.
With my visit to Cragside Estate nearly over, there's just one final surprise left in store. This house was so advanced for its time, it became so well known amongst the upper echelons of society that it was only a matter of time before it had a visit from the Prince of Wales, later to become King Edward VII, a man known for his passion of all things modern. And by all accounts, he was absolutely fascinated to visit the palace of the modern magician. And he gave William Armstrong enough notice of his impending visit. Enough time, in fact, for Armstrong to extend Cragside once again. Ooh, this is nice, isn't it? It's cosy, yet it's not over the top.
It is. This is where the royal family stayed when they visited in 1884.
How many nights did they stay for?
They stayed for 3 nights in these set of suites in 3 rooms. They came because these suites had hot and cold running water, were centrally heated, were way ahead of their time from what they were used to at Buckingham Palace, so it was a novelty for them.
The mod cons.
It did.
They must have been impressed, mustn't they?
But for once, it wasn't Armstrong's futuristic technologies that are the biggest talking points of the royal apartments. Perhaps the most impressive feature is to be found in the new drawing room, and it's this colossal chimney piece.
Get into this room and all of a sudden it smacks of classical Renaissance because of that.
It does, but you have to remember that this room was the wow factor for the royal visit that Lord Armstrong had.
Yeah, but you know what? It dominates the room. I think it commands the room too much. You walk in here and you see this wonderful cove ceiling, you know, with this heavy reliefed plasterwork, and then you see this curved fan light, which is absolutely stunning. And then your eyes drop down, you go, wow. I mean, is that Italian? It's all marble. It's Renaissance in style.
It's all it's 10 tons of marble.
10 tons
Italian
of marble.
It was shipped in pieces to London, carved in London, and then came up in pieces by boat to a local port, came by horse and cart and was put together here.
Wow.
All to impress the royal visitors.
Yeah. You could stand 30-odd people in that fireplace.
You could.
Of course, it's ironic that this decorative fireplace could be the focus of a home that was such a talking point for its revolutionary central heating system. But it does serve to remind us that Cragside was more than just a laboratory for Armstrong to try out his numerous innovations. It was the home of a man with an appreciation for beautiful form as well as technological function. Armstrong died in 1900 at the age of 90. He had no children, and his wealth and estate passed to his great-nephew. The technological innovations that Cragside represented for so many years at last had come to an end.
What I've discovered today is the extraordinary legacy of one of Britain's most underrated inventors. William Armstrong truly was a visionary, seeing water as opposed to gas or coal as a clean source of power and energy. and always trying to lighten the load for the workman with his inventions. That's why it's so fitting that Cragside should be preserved and restored for future generations to appreciate. But more than anything, it should stand as a lasting monument to the man who created it, Lord William Armstrong. This country has an extraordinary and captivating history, and wherever you are in the British Isles, you're never too far away from somewhere that's going to remind you of this remarkable legacy. Now, much of it we already know. It's celebrated and loved, but there's still an awful lot more out there, and it's all waiting to be discovered.
And today on Britain's Hidden Heritage, I'll be going behind the scenes at one of Britain's most extraordinary and least known about stately homes. A treasure house that has sat virtually untouched for over 150 years.
Now, this room is real history.
Claire Balding travels to Yorkshire to uncover the inspiration behind one of the world's most loved romantic novels.
To think that Charlotte Bronte came here and that from that her imagination took off. It's so exciting.
And Charlie Luxton reports on a crumbling watermill in Derbyshire that tells us about a forgotten side of the Industrial Revolution.
It's a massive, massive, massive timber wheel here.
This is a journey to the very heart of Britain's hidden heritage. Nestled in the Northamptonshire countryside lies an exceptional architectural delight, and at first sight it's distinctly un-British. Just walking through these impressive grounds, you could be forgiven for thinking we've been transported back in time to 17th century France. And if you're impressed by the exterior of this French fancy, then just wait until I show you some of the hidden treasures inside. Welcome to a magnificent Boughton house.
Hidden in the middle of an 11,000-acre Northamptonshire estate, Boughton House must be one of Britain's greatest stately homes. And it's full of wonderful treasures from the 17th and 18th centuries. As you enter the house, you are greeted by paintings by the great masters, furniture of outstanding taste and quality, and extraordinary diverse collections await around every corner. Yet in spite of its obvious cultural importance, it has remained, for the most part, in obscurity. The house has been the home of the Montague family and their descendants for almost 500 years. But it was under the ownership of Ralph, 1st Duke of Montague, that the house we see today took its present form. Ralph Montague was a passionate builder, patron of the arts and, most tellingly, ambassador to Louis XIV, the French king, who created the Palace of Versailles. An obvious inspiration for the continental exterior of Boughton, though the house itself is much more than just an architectural copy.
In fact, Boughton is a bit of an oddity because when you enter the house for the very first time, you're struck by a series of juxtapositions. On the outside, it's most certainly French, but on the inside, with its heavy oak panelling and its wide, unassuming, understated doorways and little inner courtyards, it's most certainly English. Yet the whole place is laid out like a grand palace, but it has the intimate feel of a private home, and that's because the current Duke of Buccleuch and his family still live here. But the overriding feeling you get when you're walking around this magnificent house is the fact that you are literally stuck in time, some 300 years ago. Just walking around, you notice that the fabrics, the condition of the furniture, the artwork, the gilding, everything is in such good condition. How did it escape all the wear and tear of use?
Well, one of the things, if you come to Boughton, you'll see is we always keep the light levels down as much as possible.
Yeah.
The house has a very interesting history. It starts off very much the creation of the first Duke of Montagu. And he comes back from being ambassador to Louis XIV in France and embellishes his house with wonderful French architecture, art. His son, however, was not as much interested in the house itself. His view was more the landscape, so he concentrated there. But then the house really wasn't used between about 1760 and 1920, so everything remained in the pristine condition that it is today.
Gosh. It's cocooned in time, really, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
From the surviving accounts, we know that building work was constant, the buying of artworks prolific, and the entertaining incessant. But in the 1760s, it all fell silent. The family had no sons, and the heiress daughter had married the Duke of Buccleuch and moved to Scotland. Boughton was no longer required, and for over 150 years was sealed up, tended only by a loyal staff of housekeepers. Slowly, at the beginning of the 20th century, the house began once more to be used by the family, and as they did so, the gentle process of restoration began, bringing the place back to the splendour we see today. But always Boughton is a house that is never far from its 300-year-old roots and the first Dukes of Montagu who created it and filled it with beautiful things.
This place is a real treasure house. It reads like a who's who of the greatest furniture makers and designers and painters of the 17th and 18th centuries. Now, I'm standing right here in the middle of the drawing room. Can you imagine owning one oil painting by the Baroque painter Anthony van Dyck? Well, you'd feel pretty chuffed with yourself, wouldn't you? But can you imagine owning 40 of them and having them all displayed in one room? Well, that's what I'm surrounded by right now. The great master's work, Anthony van Dyck. Absolutely incredible. Ralph Montagu bought all of these for just £3 each in 1682. And if you look really closely at them, you can see they're studies. They're intended for something else. They're all monochromatic. These were intended to be sent off to an engraver who would cut these onto a sheet of copper. So there was no need for all the colour or the busyness. He just wanted the outline, the bit of detail. And up there, there's King Charles I. Now, he was responsible for bringing Van Dyck to England. He was a great fan of his work. He made him the court painter, knighted him in 1632, gave him a pension of £200 a year. That's how highly regarded he was. Now, this room is real history.
One of the many extraordinary advantages of this house being virtually sealed up for 150 years is that very little was ever thrown away. And the Montagus and their successors, the Dukes of Buccleuch, were scrupulous at keeping paperwork and records of just about everything. Boxload after boxload of letters and documents have been kept in storage, leaving us an invaluable archive of daily life in the 1700s.
There's a lot of material here, and this is just a very small part of it, isn't it?
Yeah, this is just my workroom where I bring the papers and the archives up to look at and to scope and see what's in them.
Scope, I like that word. Scoping.
Scoping, yes.
You are the social history detective, really, aren't you, in a way?
Well, he's the keeper of the family records, and to see what's there and see what we can determine from it.
Gareth's studies really reveal what life would have been like throughout the years at Boughton, including some surprising revelations about one unusual resident.
The second Duke, Duke John, who was known as John the Planter, had a reputation of being very kind to animals. And there's always been a story in the house that he had a lion, a pet lion, that was regarded... we never believed it, we all thought it was a myth and legend. And the myth was even worse than that. It was a toothless lion, it was lost all its teeth. We know that John was the keeper of the ordnance and hence responsible for the Tower of London at this period, where there was the menagerie, the Royal Menagerie. So, again, the myth and legend was that he brought one of the old lions to stay at the house here. And what we have here is, this is again 1745, lion must never be locked up at all, but to go where he will, except into the garden, where he must not go for fear he should be drowned.
Wow, he really did exist.
Yeah, he must be free of the old pantry, to be fed there, to have boiled meat, no horse flesh, nor bones given him, which again intimates he probably was toothless.
Yes.
To lie every night in his house in the old pantry, and to have his trough filled every morning with fresh water.
Wow.
And to have
Can you imagine a lion roaming around the ground?
I mean, in 1745, you know, lions of Longleat, we were there first.
The owners of Boughton might have been scrupulous about recording its history, but with other old country houses, it's not always the same story. Claire Balding has been to Yorkshire to unearth clues about the inspiration behind one of Britain's greatest Gothic novels.
This is one of my favourite novels, Jane Eyre by Charlotte Brontë. I first read it as a teenager, and there's something about this book that stays with you forever. It's been translated into 43 different languages. It's sold millions of copies all over the world. It's particularly popular in Japan and in China. There has always, though, been a certain mystery about the basis for the characters and the emotive settings in the book. But we're going to try and uncover some of that mystery, because I've come today to a country house in North Yorkshire that has secrets behind hidden panels.
Much of the action in Bronte's Jane Eyre takes place at the fictitious Thornfield Hall, home to Jane's love interest, Edward Rochester. Employed as governess at Thornfield, Jane also meets Rochester's deranged wife, hidden away in a locked attic.
But where would Charlotte Brontë have found the inspiration for the violent and insane wife of Mr. Rochester locked in the attic? Could it be possible that that place and that person were based on reality? Could Thornfield Hall have been based on this house?
This Gothic mansion is Norton Conyers Hall, the ancestral home of the Graham family. Built in the 17th century on top of an existing medieval hall, the gardens are a popular local attraction. What the visiting public probably don't know is that the Graham family legend has it that this place was the inspiration for Thornfield Hall as described in Jane Eyre. It's well documented that in the summer of 1839, Charlotte Brontë lived not far away in Lothersdale, employed as governess to 2 young children of the wealthy Sidgwick family. And the Grahams believe that during her time in the area, Charlotte visited Norton Conyers.
We think it was probably a family day trip, and the children would have come as well, which is why she came to look after the children.
And what do you think she would have made of it?
I think she would have been enchanted by the ancient atmosphere, and she would have found inspiration here because there's a tremendous atmosphere.
In the Victorian era, it would have been common for well-to-do families to pay informal, unannounced trips to neighbouring country estates.
It was very popular at that time, if you had a carriage and were dressed respectably, to come and visit houses such as Norton Conyers.
We're not talking about an invitation from the owner of the house to say, oh, come round and have a look. They would just have turned up?
Yes, especially because the 7th Baronet, who owned
My great-great-grandfather,
who owned the house at the time, was very often away, and so the servants would be in charge of the house, and it would have been a very nice break in their day to be able to show a visitor around.
So we know that Charlotte Brontë worked for a time nearby, and we know that well-to-do families, like her employers, would have made regular house calls to other local country homes. But could there be any truth to the Grahams' claim?
Well, I am officially intrigued, but like any good investigative reporter, I need more clues to prove that this could have been the inspiration for Thornfield Hall. So we have to go to the text itself. And here, the passage on Jane Eyre's first approach. We now slowly ascended a drive and came upon the long front of a house. Candlelight gleamed from one curtained bow window. All the rest were dark. Could be here, but we need more. We need more from the text, we need more about the house, and we need more about Charlotte Bronte herself.
Inside, and it becomes clear that there are many passages in Jane Eyre that seem to describe Norton Conyers. For example, the steps and banisters were of oak. The staircase was high and latticed. Both it and the long gallery into which the bedroom doors opened looked as if they belonged to a church rather than a house.
Now, it's easy to imagine this place being Thornfield Hall when you read those passages from Jane Eyre, but we're after concrete evidence, and we've got some.
Now, Norton Conyers isn't the only house claimed to be the inspiration for Thornfield. There is a theory that a house called the Ridings, home to Bronte's lifelong friend Ellen Nussey, could also be a contender. But someone who certainly didn't subscribe to that theory was James Graham's great-grandfather, Reginald.
There is this letter here, which is written by Reginald Graham, 1888, to Erskine Stewart, who was a Bronte scholar who was very interested in for his book. And Erskine Stewart sent Graham a photograph of the Ridings, and he says, I observe the picture represents the Ridings as of 2 stories only, whereas the book describes Thornfield as being distinctly of 3 stories. In my mind, there's strong evidence that Norton Conyers was far more likely to be the scene for Jane Eyre than the Ridings.
There was a fair amount of competition, wasn't there? Still is, between various country houses saying, you know, that we claim we're the basis for Thornfield Hall.
Yes, and that's what this is all about. They're saying there are more reasons why Norton Conyers is Thornfield than any other house.
The 3rd floor of Thornfield is an important aspect of Jane Eyre. In the book, it was here in the attic that Mr. Rochester kept his insane wife locked up. The fact that Norton Conyers also has 3 levels is a crucial piece of evidence. And in 2004, a startling discovery was made that further supports the Grahams' claims.
A good run of apparently solid panelling from the Edwardian period, and there's a new door put in to give access to a staircase which was previously unknown. There were once good service stairs, but then in alterations they're not needed and they're panelled over.
This previously hidden staircase is similar to one referred to in Jane Eyre as a route used by Rochester to visit his wife on the 3rd floor.
This is extraordinary.
Here's the corridor linking all the servants' bedrooms. So this would only be really occupied from last thing at night until first thing in the morning.
Although this floor bears a striking resemblance to that portrayed in Jane Eyre, one room in particular shares a dark secret incredibly similar to the attic of Thornfield. It's well documented in the Graham archives that in the 18th century, well before Charlotte Bronte would have visited, a mysterious woman was kept locked up in this tiny room at the far end of the attics of Norton Conyers.
She was known as Mad Mary. We don't know who she was. We don't know if she was a servant or whether she was a member of the family. A mental illness was not well understood at that time. Anybody who was considered mad was hidden from view and forgotten about.
Family legend has it that Mad Mary was kept under lock and key, secreted away in the tiny attic room. And the Grahams believed that this was the inspiration for the character of Mr. Rochester's deranged wife.
So this room and the woman who was kept in this room was the inspiration for one of the greatest Gothic romance novels ever written.
That's right. It's somewhere where that person can be kept quiet and serviced by the appropriate servants.
It makes me feel terribly sad being in here because it feels so much like a cell. I mean, it's very small, and compared to some of the other rooms in the house, it's tiny. And you've just got one little glimpse of an outside world that you would never be allowed into. We'll never know for sure if Bronte came here or based elements of Jane Eyre on what she saw and heard. But one thing's for certain, all Bronte fans, like myself, feel drawn to try and understand this most captivating of romantic novels. And maybe it's a limitation in us that we're seeking to find the proof, the real thing. What was it based on?
Obviously, a novel is a work of the imagination, and this is an amalgamation of various houses that Charlotte knew. I think we really shouldn't be trying to pin it down, but I think it's there's definitely a sense of Thornfield in this house. I think you just have to come here and see it, and you feel that.
At Boughton House, my tour of this incredible sleeping beauty has taken me outside to the magnificent gardens, where a huge amount of work is taking place. The 150 years of neglect in the 18th and 19th centuries has meant that much of the original gardens has disappeared or grown over. Originally, there would have been avenues of lime trees, formal gardens and a unique set of waterways. The current Duke, Richard, has plans to restore much of the garden to its former glory, in particular the water features which would have once been integral to the landscaping of the house. I met up with the Duke and his landscape manager to find out how the restoration is going so far.
What are we looking at here?
Well, we're looking at a bird's eye view by possibly a famous landscape gardener called Bridgman in about 1725, 1726, and you can see the immense scale of the Broughton landscape at that time, dominated really by this water structure, a large lake in front of the west front of the house. And its great value for the house was that a visitor arriving from this side would see this magnificent, very French-style north front reflected in the water. It would have been very, very beautiful. In essence, we are peeling away the layers that have accumulated over the centuries without there being water in here. I reckon that if you come back in 3 or maybe 4 years' time, this may be transformed.
Restoring the stunning system of canals around the house is a labour of love for Duke Richard. Work on the north front has yet to start, but to the west of the house, Phase 1 has been completed and gives a wonderful feel of what it would have once been like here.
You see how important water was to the enjoyment of the house.
You can.
A lake like this would have been much used. I suspect there would have been fish in it, would have been a larder for the house.
And the future?
I think the future is an exciting one. I think that this recovery of the landscape is really terribly important for the next generation. It's not something to be afraid of, but something to be enjoyed.
The restoration of the gardens and the wider estate is a 30-year project. But of course, with a house as old as Boughton, it's not just the gardens that are in need of maintenance. The house itself is under constant review, understandably, with so many treasures, all of which have a story.
There are some fabulous antiques and artefacts here in this house. And the lovely thing about it is, the things that are meant to have wear do have wear. They have been used, like the seat cushions. But other things are still in perfect condition. No damage at all, like this fabulous pair of Meissen swans made by the Meissen factory in 1750, commissioned for Madame de Pompadour, who was the mistress of Louis XV. And mistresses were considered quite important at the time. You had to listen to them, more important than the wife. The base is made up of spelter. It's a mixed metal fused together, but I like this naturalistic bulrush around it. This wonderful scroll work. It makes the swan sort of feel more important. It's almost as if it's on a crown rather than a nest of reeds. Now, the interesting story about the history of this is, while the French aristocracy were losing their heads on the guillotine during the time of the French Revolution, they were also losing their houses, all of their treasures and items of furniture. And the English aristocracy were sending agents over there to buy it up on the cheap and bring it back over here, including the Duke of Buccleuch.
The astonishing collection of antiques and furniture in the house is wide-ranging, from the surprising and sometimes unusual pieces like these flame-stitched sofas and chairs dating to the William and Mary period to the Boughton State bed. This great bed has had over 6,000 man-hours spent conserving it to its current condition, ostrich feathers and all. It reminds us of just how flamboyant these rooms would have been in their heyday in the 17th and 18th centuries. However, there's one collection of furniture that has really caught my eye, and it's the work by 18th century French cabinet maker André Charles Boulle. His work is distinctive with its intricate brass fretwork inlaid with wood, tortoiseshell, pewter or mother of pearl. I met up once more with Gareth, who was keen to show me Boughton's prize piece and perhaps one of the greatest examples of Boulle work.
Gosh, that is one of the best examples I think I've ever seen.
It is magnificent, isn't it?
This is all tortoiseshell, isn't it?
It's all tortoiseshell with the blue and the red as well, with inlaid brass. Because, as you know, the problem with Boulle, that you have the different media, the tortoiseshell and the brass in this case, and of course the heat and the glue even that they use shrinks at different rates. Yeah. And as the small pieces ping out, as they expand and contract, then of course just simple dusting or people walking past can fall them to bend. It's a very unusual piece. Got to. And of course this is what is not regularly seen, not only by visiting public, but as a piece of furniture you wouldn't normally leave it open.
Do you know, I can't see anything wrong with it. I couldn't tell you what's been restored and what hasn't. It's that good, isn't it?
Repairs are currently taking place on another piece of Boulle work from Boughton. It's being carried out by Yannick Chastongue, one of the very few craftsmen in the world who are able to still do this kind of intricate fretwork. To restore marquetry like the work of Boulle requires a steady hand and a very sharp fret saw. Sandwiching the thin metal between two slices of plywood to prevent the metal from bending. And working in the most minute detail, as the work of Boulle is not only rare, but as you can imagine, incredibly valuable. When fully restored, this desk will be a sight to see.
Do you know, we are so lucky that houses like Boughton have survived over the years intact, because it gives us a fascinating insight into the social history of the upper echelons of society back in the 18th century. But when it comes to our industrial heritage, we're not always that keen to preserve it for future generations. Charlie Luxton has been to the Derbyshire Dales to check out what was one of the last vestiges of an almost forgotten side of the Industrial Revolution.
I have to say, this really is one of the most beautiful parts of Britain. And these woods just outside Matlock are especially magical. And today it's hard to believe that 200 years ago, this landscape would have looked completely different. Because believe it or not, this is where the Industrial Revolution really got going. The Matlock Valley is world-renowned as a birthplace of the Industrial Revolution. It was here in 1775 that the great industrialist Sir Richard Arkwright built his cotton milling empire. By using the ancient technology of the water wheel to power his newly invented cotton spinning machines, Arkwright not only revolutionised the cotton trade, he virtually invented the modern factory and with it, the mass production process. His machine was called the water frame, and it made Arkwright a very, very rich man. But there is a hidden side to this story, one of industrial espionage. Because just 1 mile from Arkwright's mill, a group of 18th century venture capitalists moved into a secluded valley and set up their own copycat version of Arkwright's mill. Until recently, these mills were overgrown, forgotten, and neglected. I want to find out who built these mysterious cotton mills and what role they had in Britain's Industrial Revolution. So, Julian, what is this building?
This was originally a cotton spinning mill.
OK, and when was it built?
It was built very, very early, 1785.
Who actually built it?
They were a company called Watts Low and Company, venture capitalists, if you like.
So they were people being drawn to the area, into this kind of pot of gold that was being sort of created?
I think it was exactly that in the very early days, and it was a water-driven spinning process.
So the Watts and Low Company were muscling in on Arkwright's business, and they had a secret weapon, Mr. Low himself.
We think he probably worked for Arkwright. He certainly had knowledge of Arkwright's methods.
So he did the dirty?
He did the dirty, yes. He wanted a slice of the action himself.
Buoyed by their insider knowledge, these entrepreneurs set about building their empire right under Arkwright's nose. However, they had a problem. Arkwright's inventions were all securely patented. But like all successful entrepreneurs, they took a risk.
The people who built this mill, Watts Low and Company, gambled on the fact that Arkwright was going to lose his patent rights and went ahead and built this mill.
So they were working on the premise that he would lose the protection he had over his process.
Yeah.
And they built all of this in the hope that he would.
Exactly.
Industrial espionage, insider trading, and a breach of patent. It's fair to say that if this were today's corporate climate, Watts and Low could expect a call from Arkwright's lawyers. But in the 18th century, Watts and Low felt secure in their hidden valley and gambled their futures by building their very own version of Arkwright's water frame. So this is kind of the heart of the
That is the wheel
machine.
pit from the water wheel, yeah.
Oh, lovely. So is this how deep it would have been originally?
No, it would have been much deeper than that. Your shoulders are at the level of the axle, and it would have been another 12 foot deep.
12 foot?
12 foot, yeah.
So massive, massive, massive timber metal wheel.
Yeah,
here.
massive wheel, yeah.
With their Arkwright-inspired mill, Watts and Low were in business. Using the waterfall as a power source and 200 people to work it, they ignored Arkwright's patent and set up shop. And how much of a copy is this from Arkwright's original?
Well, I'm guessing, but I suspect it was very close. I suspect it was actually a rip-off of Arkwright's machinery. It would have been industrial espionage, for want of a better word, that the local knowledge of these machines would have been worth a lot of money to the financial people.
It's a bit cheeky, isn't it?
It is a bit cheeky.
Watts and Low were saving themselves a huge amount of money by cutting Arkwright out of the loop. Leasing the rights to his water frame could cost up to £5,000 per annum, an extraordinary sum in the 18th century. In 1785, Richard Arkwright went to court to extend his patents once more, but this time the Crown was less amenable. Arkwright had a fight on his hands.
The arguments were that there were 10 processes in what he had brought forward with his water frame, and they could show that several of these, at least 7 of them, had been there before and were not new to him. I think the second problem was that he hadn't specified clearly what his patent was. So therefore, he could be more or less claiming anybody who was doing anything which was to do with powered spinning was infringing his patent.
Arkwright's machine involved 3 sets of paired rollers that turned at different speeds, pulling and stretching the raw cotton. While these rollers produced yarn of the correct thickness, a set of spindles twisted the fibres firmly together. The various processes involved many bits of machinery that had already been invented by others. Arkwright's genius was to put them all together for the first time, but claiming them all as his was a different matter.
So I think probably it would be fair to say greed with his patents. He managed to line up just about everybody else against him. And of course they go to court. And I think at the end, the prosecuting counsel pointed to him and said, "There stands the thief."
Arkwright finally lost the patent for his water frame in a landmark case in June 1785. His famous invention was now public property.
It then opened the gates to anyone to do this type of thing, and the state wanted this. They felt that he was blocking it, his patent was unreasonable, and he was really trying to stop the development of cotton spinning generally.
He gets it all going, but he's holding it back, and the moment that his grip on this industrial process is loosened,
that helps it. So that helps it a lot.
The Industrial Revolution was now underway. By 1788, water-driven mills started springing up all over Britain. And for Watts and Lowe in the Lumsdale Valley, trade blossomed. For 30 years, they spun cotton using the water frame design, free of the worry of being sued. But in 1813, their luck ran out and the company went bankrupt. Their water-powered mill finally met an opponent it couldn't beat: steam. It is quite incredible to think what this place was like in the late 18th, early 19th century. There would have been, 5 of these water wheels tumbling down this valley. I imagine there was no vegetation, no trees or plants. It would have been dirty, crowded, incredibly dangerous. And look at it now. Time is an incredible healer. I do know that this place didn't change the world like Cromford. I mean, that is where modern industrial process was born. But the revolution, now that really did take place here.
At Boughton House, my tour continues. There's so much to take in, from the rare and beautifully preserved French tapestries that hang in the staterooms, to the wonderful limewood staircase that would have once clattered with the footsteps of the staff who served this grand building. This place is a time capsule on a monumental scale. One of the marvellous things about Boughton House being stood unused for many years is the fact that it gives us a wonderful insight into how the occupants lived here and went about their day-to-day running of the place. Aspects of it that we wouldn't normally think about in a big country house. Now, they obviously had concerns about fire, especially being in the middle of nowhere. And the first Duke would have been 28 years old when the Great Fire of London in 1666 ravaged and destroyed the city. He would have seen that firsthand. He would have been concerned. Shortly after that, the first fire service was formed. So what we have here is one of the world's very first fire engines, designed by Londoner
Richard Newson in 1718. And the idea was this hand-pulled cart would literally be pulled to where the fire was, to the action. It would have been filled full of water in this chamber here, dragged up. These hoses would have been attached to this end here and then pointed at the flames. Then you'd have had 4 chaps, burly, strong chaps, to a side, holding onto these bars and pumping like crazy to jettison the water out in that direction. And when the chambers were running low, they would have been refilled by members of the staff, forming a line down to the pond or the lake, each with a leather bucket, passing it to the other one to refill these chambers. And I've just noticed, actually, I'm pleased the current Duke is also still concerned about fire issues. Look at that, we have a fire extinguisher there.
It's hardly surprising that successive dukes have wanted to protect this incredible building, which is as impressive as it is huge. Wing after wing, constructed of local Weldon stone, with nearly 2 acres of Collie Western slate covering the French-style mansard roofs. Boughton is a wonderful fusion of French and English architecture, and there's one part of the building that gives a unique insight into how the place would have been constructed. An unfinished wing where the builders downed tools over 300 years ago, leaving us a 3D blueprint of a 17th century stately home.
Gosh, look at that.
Fantastic, isn't it?
Oh, it's just wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. The bare fabric of the walls, the history these walls contained. Wow. Why was this never finished off?
Well, it's quite an interesting story, actually. It should have been the Duchess's quarters, but she never actually lived here. So she actually lived in a completely different house. This was never needed, so it got to this point and was completely stopped. So it's paused in history and time, really.
And there's another floor above there, isn't there?
Exactly, yes. It should have been a floor above us here, and then above there were actually rooms that were completed, servants' rooms, storerooms, etc. So all that was actually needed, whereas this part wasn't needed at all.
I hope that door's firmly bolted from the other side.
Oh, yes, very much firmly locked, yes. That leads up into the state apartments, but it's kept very firmly locked.
And there's a good example of the lead work. The drain pipes on the inside, built in.
That's right. Otherwise, you spoil the outside lines, and it's very important to have this architectural feature of the outside. So put them inside, hide them away.
I mean, we don't do that nowadays.
Well, they're all brilliant until, of course, they leak.
Well, yes. Yes.
As my time at Boughton draws to a close, I feel like I've barely scratched the surface of the wealth of history this house contains. And I have perhaps left the most important treasure till last, the music archive. In the 18th and early 19th centuries, Lady Elizabeth Montagu was an obsessive collector of music scores. Most of it has been boxed up and not seen for centuries. Music historian Paul Boucher is one of the team that has the enormous task of archiving the collection and has already unearthed some extraordinary musical finds.
Hi. Sorry to disturb your peace.
No. You're very welcome. I was just looking at this very ancient instruction book on how to play the lute.
Oh, lovely. What does this date to, this book?
1596.
Gosh. Did the dukes all play and entertain people and give recitals in the Great Hall?
Well, we're finding that out. We're piecing the history together with a lot of careful research. But yeah, they were a very, very musical family, and the first Duke had been ambassador to Louis XIV of Versailles.
So he was open to all the operas?
Absolutely, and the dance and the whole French culture, and he imported that back with him.
What's the biggest treasure you've come across here amongst the manuscript?
I think probably historically the most important is this innocent little volume, and it's in fact the first piece of music ever to be printed in this country.
What does this date back to?
1570. This is written for 4 voices to be sung without any accompaniment.
Oh, right.
By Lassus. and it's unique in the world. The only surviving copy of it. It has been used. You can see it's been written on.
Where did you find this one?
This was on a shelf in what's called the North Passage.
That's remarkable. That's absolutely remarkable.
It's a huge treasure. I hardly dare touch it. So that, I think, is possibly the greatest treasure.
But of course, studying the sheet music is one thing, listening to it is a whole different experience. And whenever Paul feels an important piece of music has come to light, he arranges for it to be played. Today, local harpsichordist Alex is going to play an arrangement of a very famous piece of music that has not been heard for over 200 years. He's playing. Let's go and find out. What's this piece called?
Well, this is the fireworks music
by
Handel. And there's this wonderful association, of course, with the second Duke, who commissioned the fireworks music and acted as go-between between Handel, the composer, and the king, who was very keen on having a lot of military instruments, and Handel was much more interested in having something much more refined and something which also could live on as a piece afterwards.
It's wonderful to think that this is how Handel would have been playing this.
Yeah, well, it's as near as we can probably get.
The sound is perfect. It's bringing those manuscripts to life, and that's the important thing.
Yes, exactly. That's the whole point of it. Otherwise, they're just dots on pages.
Lovely, absolutely lovely. What's it like playing a piece of Handel's music on this harpsichord?
It's very beautiful, and it's very lovely to play, and especially the privilege of being here to play from this score, which has sort of lain hidden for I don't know how long. Just to be able to open this and see the sorts of trends actually that were prevalent at the time in terms of home entertainment, I suppose.
It seems only appropriate to leave Boughton to the sound of music echoing around this extraordinary house, as it would have done over 250 years ago.
This country has a wealth of heritage. It is all around us. And more often than not, the deeper you dig, the more rewarding the treasure is. And with thousands of years of history under our belts, there's no end to the surprises that await us. See you soon. This country is a treasure trove of incredible buildings, amazing objects, and of course, extraordinary people who have all helped make up our rich history. On Britain's Hidden Heritage, we've travelled the United Kingdom, visiting much-loved treasures, unearthing gems from the past as we go.
Today, I will be visiting one of the country's most beautiful grand buildings, the house that Queen Victoria called home. When you're in this room, there's a real sense of history. Claire Balding will be trawling through some of the 22,000 incredible items that were assembled by one of Britain's first extreme hoarders.
Wow, there's uniforms up there. Now, they look like Civil War.
Absolutely. They're just amazing how well preserved they are.
Charlie Luxton finds out that not all of our beautiful buildings have stood the test of time.
I'll be in Scotland looking at a tale of two castles. They started life as equals, but their histories have been very, very different.
This is the story of Britain's hidden heritage. When Queen Victoria married Prince Albert in 1840, they had the choice of 3 royal palaces to live in: Windsor Castle, Buckingham Palace and the Royal Pavilion at Brighton. However, for this family-minded young couple, these 3 grand architectural delights were a little too much for them. What they really wanted, and to put it in the Queen's own words, were a place of one's own, quiet and retired. And so, using their own money, they came to the Isle of Wight and began to build for themselves their very own modern family home. Welcome to Osborne. Queen Victoria knew and loved the Isle of Wight after holidaying on the island as a child, and she and Prince Albert were both determined to buy a property here. The island had everything they were looking for: beautiful countryside, the sea air, and above all, it was quiet. With the coming of the railways, it was now quick and easy to get here from London, and yet it still had the remoteness and the privacy that the Queen so sought after. The Isle of Wight was, in short, the perfect antidote to court life and official duties, and Victoria and Albert could not wait to move in. Walk inside Osborne and you're instantly transported back to the 19th century and Queen Victoria's home very much as she would have known it, apart perhaps from an absence of servants, although it's certainly not short of staff. English Heritage have been managing the house since 1986, and it's a popular attraction with visitors drawn by the opulent interiors and by the opportunity to see firsthand how one of Britain's most celebrated monarchs went about her family life. Now, while the staff get ready to open up the house to the general public, I've got the opportunity to have a tour all to myself. Now, this is the door that the guests and officials would arrive at to enter the building. Once inside, you were greeted by what I can only describe as a sculpture court, a place to show off your latest acquisition of fine art. And the first thing you notice is a statue, a young Queen Victoria in classical costume by John Gibson. Prince Albert was very scholarly, keen to impress with his selection of classically inspired statues. Victoria, however, was quite the opposite. Her choices of artwork leant towards the sentimental. And here is a very good example of one such statue. This was her favourite pet dog. It was a collie, and he went by the name of Noble. And I think that is the most marvellous name for a royal dog, Noble. In fact, the whole house is full of clues that tell us about the relationship of the royal couple and their family life. Because what makes Osborne unique among royal residences is that it was not lived in before Victoria and Albert, and it was not lived in after. And that becomes evident as you walk around. Well, here we are in Victoria and Albert's drawing room, and it is a magnificent, grand room. This may be a family home, but this is a subtle reminder that it's the home of heads of state. And Queen Victoria herself described this room as extremely handsome, with its yellow damask satin curtains and furniture to match. We're surrounded by statues of the children, etchings done by family members, and photographs and portraits. It is unique, unlike any other royal collection, because what you see here has been collected in Victoria and Albert's lifetime by them. Nothing has been handed down from previous generations, and nothing has been added to after their death. And that's why everything here sits in perfect harmony. It was their choice. Now, one thing that really does arrest my attention are these magnificent chandeliers. There's 3 hanging from the ceiling up here. They're made by Oslers of Birmingham. And there's 2, a matching pair of pedestal chandeliers here. First exhibited at the Great Exhibition in London in 1851, an idea conceived by Albert himself to promote artisans and craftsmanship in this country. And he actually oversaw the design of these ones, and with that royal seal of approval, Oslers went on to dominate the high-end manufacturing market. Perhaps to contemporary eyes, the interiors of Osborne look quite fussy. But take yourself back to the mid-19th century, and this house would have had an incredibly modern feel. Victoria and Albert, like any other young, well-to-do family, wanted to stamp their own sense of style on their family home. From the outside, Osborne towered over an estate of 342 acres. At the time, it was quite a radical design, and that was totally down to Prince Albert himself, with the aid of London builder Thomas Cubitt, who was employed to bring the Prince's vision to life. Looking at the house here now, you feel like you've been transported to the continent. It's got a very Italianate feel to it.
Yes, it has. Prince Albert was very well travelled. He'd done the grand tour, he'd visited Italy, and when he came here to Osborne, it said that the view across the Solent from here looked like the Bay of Naples, and so he really wanted an Italian style.
He worked closely with the builder Thomas Cubitt. Was it on a day-to-day basis? Did this thing evolve, or were there sets of drawings and plans for this put in place by Albert?
I think they had a very close working relationship. They talked a lot directly one with the other. Albert certainly came up with a very clear brief, and Thomas Cubitt was able to build to that brief
and understand
on
that.
Time and to budget.
That must have impressed his wife, surely.
Yes, I expect it probably did. I think he was probably quite keen to do that because, you know, as consort and not king, he didn't really have any official role. He famously said in the early years of the marriage that he was only the husband and not the master of the house. So I suppose, yes, he was looking for a project that he could really sort of, you know, spread his wings.
And it's a great place to bring up a family as well.
Paradise. Prince Albert out there with the kids, flying kites, catching butterflies, learning to swim on the beach. It must have been absolute heaven.
Life at Osborne wasn't just all about Victoria and Albert and a world above stairs. There was a huge team of staff here working exceptionally hard below stairs, keeping this house running to an exactingly high standard. And later on in the programme, we'll be finding out a little bit more about them. But first, Claire Balding has made a trip to the Cotswolds to discover the bizarre collection of an extraordinary man.
Britain's heritage isn't just about artefacts and architecture, it's also peopled with great individuals, men and women who have changed the world we live in or whose great creations have had an impact on our culture. Now, the man I've come to find out more about today operated on a somewhat smaller scale. His legacy didn't really extend beyond the limits of this Gloucestershire village, but step inside his house and you enter one of Britain's most extraordinary heritage treasures. This is Snows Hill Manor, and after the First World War, its celebrated owner was Charles Paget Wade. He wasn't an inventor, a politician, a scientist or a writer. No, Charles Wade was one of history's true eccentrics. You could say he was Britain's first extreme hoarder. But over his lifetime, he didn't just collect the detritus of daily life. He collected beautifully crafted objects whose origins not only spanned the world, but spanned all of history. The remarkable collection had been growing since Wade was just 7 years old, a time when his parents were mostly abroad, leaving their son to a rather isolated upbringing in the care of his grandmother.
So this is Granny Spencer, who Charles Wade was sent to live with as a small boy in
She's quite
Oxford.
severe looking, isn't she?
She is quite severe looking, and this was her cabinet. It's a beautiful Cantonese cabinet. It's showing a bit of wear now, a bit of age. But on a Sunday, Charles Wade as a boy was allowed to look inside here, and he thought it was wonderful. It was like a golden palace. It had all these wonderful objects inside it, and that really inspired his collecting. So he bought his first objects at the age of 7 and then just collected for the rest of his life.
Luckily for Wade, he inherited a fortune before he was 30. His father had been a wealthy sugar merchant, which gave Charles the means to buy and restore this old Cotswold Manor house. This was to become the home of his collection, And for the rest of his life, his Latin motto applied to everything he did. Nequid pereat, let nothing perish. So is there any method to this, or is it just a collection of things?
Oh, there's definitely a method. It's all about colour, design and craftsmanship. So all of the objects that are collected are handmade, handcrafted, lovingly made, and that's really what inspired Charles Wade to collect.
Now, there seems to be a very strong Japanese influence in a few things around the house, and this is a good example.
That's right. This is a 19th century carving of a mask maker, and it was made by a man called Hananuma, and he's carved out of a solid piece of wood, and this was Charles Wade's favourite object.
What's the hair?
It's actually human hair, individually inserted. You can see the veins that protrude, you can see muscle definition. It's an astonishing piece of work.
And also the tiny mask that he's holding, that is so delicate. Charles Wade had the largest private collection of samurai warriors outside Japan. He had 28 of them in total, and the first one he got was by accident. He went into Cheltenham to get a washer for a tap, stopped at a hardware shop. The guy who ran the shop had one of these suits of armour by the counter, so obviously Charles Wade asked about it. He said, oh yeah, I've got a load more in the garden. My wife won't let me have them in the house. So he went there, bought 6 of them, and then added to the collection. They're so realistic, it's terrifying. Just so much stuff. Wow, there's uniforms up there. Now, they look like Civil War.
Absolutely. They're Cromwellian armour, and they're just amazing how well preserved they are.
Did he ever dress up in them himself?
Oh, yes.
Did he?
Great sense of theatre about the house and about Charles Wade.
It would be easy to discount Wade as a slightly ridiculous figure. Eccentric, certainly. But recently, an incredible new discovery has come to light. A set of Wade's personal sketchbooks were discovered in a damp cellar. Hidden for over 100 years, these worm-eaten relics go to show what an immensely talented artist and draftsman he really was. And I'm lucky enough to be one of the first to see them.
And these were done around 1905 when he was working as an architect. He worked on Hampstead Garden suburb, so he worked with the firm of Parker and Unwin for a few years. But when obviously his father died, he inherited sugar plantations. That gave him the money to pretty much retire at a very early age and just indulge his passions.
But for a man with few financial concerns, Wade chose to live a very simple life. Whilst he housed his collection in the main Snows Hill Manor, his living accommodation was here. A tiny cottage next door. This was a place free from all mod cons. There's not even a kitchen. Wade survived on the most basic of diets, boiled eggs and guava jam sandwiches. The hub of his world was his workshop, where he turned his hand to any craft or repair work that his collection demanded. On his death in 1956, Wade left Snows Hill to the nation, a temple to his work and a quite extraordinary life. That is the most extraordinary place, and there's no doubt that the more time you spend in there, the more it rewards you, because there are so many fascinating objects and there are little hidden treasures behind panels. It's just intriguing. And it may be that Charles Wade didn't build anything of great significance, but that is a life's work of art. And without people like him, the world would be an infinitely duller place.
Later on Britain's Hidden Heritage, Charlie Luxton will be unearthing a long-forgotten ruin.
It's almost like it's just gone into a very long sleep.
But first, we're back on the Isle of Wight and Osborne, where my tour continues. The house today is in pristine condition, much as it would have been 150 years ago. Victoria and Albert were famously particular about the standard the house was kept in.
But it wasn't all about regimental order.
Now cast your mind back to the late 1800s. What would day-to-day life have been like for Queen Victoria? Well, as Queen, a good section of the day would be dedicated to official duties, meeting ministers and listening to royal advisors. But what about family life? Well, it seems both Albert and Victoria were delighted to spend as much time with their children as possible. But there's one thing that the family all enjoyed together, and that was the Magic Lantern Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The fun will now commence. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you now to Bonzo the Wonder Dog. Here he is. Now, Bonzo is about to perform a remarkable trick. Bonzo will now leap into the air straight through the hoop at the word of command. 1, 2, 3, hoopla! Hey, thank you.
Magic lanterns were hugely popular in Victorian Britain. Touring lanternists like Charles Goodwin Norton were regular entertainers for the royal family, and the Queen herself spoke fondly of them.
Here's another character.
The little mouse is going to go in his mouth.
Oh, you guessed. Oh, here's another one.
Oh, I didn't know he was going to eat it, though.
Yeah. Of course.
You can see this would appeal to the whole family, couldn't you?
Yes.
This must have been, in its day, though, like early television. Probably quite scary with moving pictures for the very first time.
Yeah, I think so. And actually, the magic lantern goes back to the middle of the 17th century, believe it or not. The first mention in this country is in Pepys' diary about 1666. He went to see a magic lantern demonstration.
What we're looking at now, the projector you've got here, is this the sort of kit that was available at Victoria's time?
Yes, it was. It's called a biunnial lantern because it has 2 lenses. So you could do things like transformations, superimpositions, all kinds of wonderful effects.
And all these were available to buy at the time, weren't they?
Yes, to buy, and by the 1890s you could hire them as well. So if you had a magic lantern at home, you could go to a shop in the high street and you could hire your slides for a night.
Do you know the sort of slides that would amuse Victoria?
There are references to shows given here at Osborne House, in fact, to Victoria. And we know she liked a particular story set called The Two Magicians, or Mystifying Company. It tells of these 2 rival magicians who happened to be partners in the same company. I say they were rivals, so they were constantly trying to come up with ways of getting the edge over their partners. The sort of thing that Queen Victoria probably would have enjoyed too are these sequences known as dissolvent view sequences. Here's a typical one. This is a watermill, for example. You could turn winter into spring as the snow melts.
Oh, look at that.
And you can actually hear the mill wheel turning.
You can. It's very clever. Because it's something today that we don't see very often, a magic lantern show, we're constantly looking at wonderful antiques and fine art of the period. But this really does evoke more, doesn't it? This really says it all.
Well, it's a time capsule in many ways, a visual time capsule, because you can not only see the history of the Victorian period through the magic lantern, but see it as the Victorians themselves would have seen it.
And seeing it being operated and the whole performance that you're putting on as well.
Life for Queen Victoria and her family was without doubt one of privilege. What the Queen wanted in her day-to-day life, she would get. Which meant having a large team of behind-the-scenes professionals ready to jump.
Now, I've come down below stairs to the servants' quarters. This would have been a hive of activity in its day. Everybody working hard. The laundry would have been down here, the kitchens. You can imagine, especially at meal times, pots and pans clattering, footsteps going to and fro. The Queen would not come down here. But there's one room in this basement area that you would get a great deal of peace and quiet. Bizarrely enough, it is the lift operator's room. And you have to remember, it would have been dark down here as well. So the lift operator had to operate the lift manually by pulling this rope. The Queen would instruct a page to say she was getting in the lift and she was about to ring the bell. He would come charging down the stairs and tell the lift operator, who would have been one of the footmen, to get ready, the bell's going to ring, she's in the lift. And there you have it, ding, 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 1 ring maybe for up, 2 rings for down, depending on which direction she was going. It's not exactly state of the art, Let's face it, she was the Queen of England, but it did work.
The Queen and her family would often spend over 100 days a year at Osborne, and when in residence would bring a lot of extra staff. Ladies in waiting, footmen, advisors and guests. Downstairs, particularly at mealtimes, the place had to run like a well-oiled machine.
How many staff were employed here at the house, Rowena?
It did change, but it was between about 80 or could go up to as much as 120.
So what would have taken place in this room? It looks rather an unusual room.
Well, this is for the table deckers. Their job is specifically to make sure that upstairs in the dining room, everything is perfect. Not just how the knives and forks are laid. They'd have a ruler to do that. They would be absolutely precise. But it's the timing of these complex meals. I mean, you've got to have up to 8 courses at a banquet, and everything has to come out hot, which at Osborne is quite a feat because the kitchens are almost half a mile away, as it were, in the other direction, because Queen Victoria didn't like the smell of cooking anywhere near her or anywhere near in the house. So they have a little hot trolley that they have to trundle along. I mean, it's almost like Heathrow here with food landing and going.
So it was non-stop?
Yes.
Now, what's this room? There's a rather large table there.
Well, this is the hub of the table deckers room, if you like, where most of the activity went on.
So this is where you plate up?
Yes.
Right,
You've got your plates here and straight to the table.
That's it, plate up and up those stairs?
Yes.
It is a lovely dinner service. Is it complete?
Actually, it's not the original dinner service.
Isn't it, really?
No. After Queen Victoria died, it's tradition, really, in the royal family that the sort of standard dinner services, as you can see, it's got the Queen's cipher here, because they're not likely to be used again. The perk, as it were, for the servants is that they take pieces of it. But it means that when we came to try and reproduce what the Queen had, there was nothing left. We didn't know what there was here.
Presumably a lot of the staff lived here on the island, so maybe a lot of it is still here?
Oh, I do hope so. I hope one day someone will turn up and say, this is a plate we've got in the attic, or my grandmother had, is this from Osborne? And then we would have something that we knew was from here.
From Queen Victoria's beautiful dinner service to the immaculately kept fixtures and fittings, English Heritage have done an incredible job bringing Osborne back to the condition it would have been in 150 years ago. Not all our historic houses have fared so well as this one. Our reporter Charlie Luxton has made a trip to Scotland to find out what happens when fate is not so kind to a country house.
Welcome to the blustery Ayrshire coastline and the rather wonderful Culzean Castle. It's one of the best-known country estates in Scotland, one of its top heritage attractions. And it's even here on the Royal Bank of Scotland £5 note.
The castle was the creation of Robert Adam, arguably Scotland's most celebrated architect. In the 1780s, he had an almost free rein to design and build Culzean as he saw fit. From the outside, it's a dramatic castle with square turrets, endless crenellations, and a drum tower overlooking the sea. Inside, it's a fine country mansion with Adam's plasterwork and personally designed features.
It's been in the care of the National Trust for Scotland since 1945, and they've been conserving, restoring it and publicising it since then. Its future is guaranteed, but Culzean Castle is just the start of our story.
Not all of our country houses have fared as well as this one. Since the start of the 20th century, Britain has lost over 1,500 significant properties. They've been abandoned, gutted, and usually demolished. Every corner of Britain was affected, including right here in Ayrshire.
Now, I want you to fix a picture of this place in your mind's eye, because Culzean has a sister, another castle, hidden, neglected, and forgotten. It's time for me to head inland in search of a rather mysterious property.
The name of the place is Dalwarren Castle, once a jewel in the crown of Scotland's beautiful buildings.
Now, if you wind the clock back a couple of centuries, Culzean and Dalwarren have a lot in common. They're owned by the same wealthy family. They're just a few miles apart, both designed by the fair hand of Robert Adam. But since then, they've taken a very different path, and this is it here. And that is quite extraordinary. Look at that. That's amazing. I mean, it looks so perfect. I thought it would be more sort of fallen down, more like a ruin, but actually the outside looks like it's all still there, but through the windows, you can see the interiors have totally disappeared. It's almost like it's kind of gone to sleep.
The family who originally commissioned Dalwarren stayed for a century, until financial problems led them to sell their Robert Adams showpiece. The castle's life in the 20th century was anything but settled, until ultimately the main building was left empty.
The shell of Dalwarren has remained pretty much untouched since the late 1960s, when the last resident took the decision to remove the roof. You see, the cost of upkeeping the castle had become too much to bear, and by removing the roof, they made it uninhabitable, and therefore they were no longer liable to pay rates.
The building and its land remain in private ownership, and as you can see, visitors are not normally welcome. But Dalwarren's neighbour, who's also one of its recent owners, has agreed to meet me.
Well, my first connection to it was as a neighbouring farmer. Myself and my father at that time bought the castle and the surrounding land. It was really land I was looking for to expand the farming enterprise at the time.
So you bought, how many acres did you get?
300.
So you bought 300 acres and there just happened to be this massive castle on it, and that was
yes.
By the by. Did you use it for anything?
Nothing at all, really. We used the coach houses and attached buildings across the courtyard. I indeed stayed there for the first 17 years of my married life.
Did your kids play in there, sort of, in there?
Well, we tried to discourage them, but...
I bet you they did, didn't they? I bet you that would be brilliant.
They did it from time to time, yes.
Did you do anything to actually sort of preserve the castle itself?
No, nothing whatever. There wasn't a lot you could do with it, actually. The roof was taken off about 5 years previously to us buying the castle.
I'm fascinated by the idea that for at least 50 years now, this architectural treasure has been of no value other than the price of the land on which it stands. The exterior is clearly in the Robert Adams Scottish castle style, but it's often his interiors for which Adam is best remembered, and I can't wait to take a look inside today. Showing me round is historian Michael Davis, who has written extensively on mansions and castles in Ayrshire.
Oh, so the roof is totally gone. You can see, look, trees growing up there. Lath and plaster work is still there. Gosh, panelling, the half panelling. Look at that. Look at that. Spiral stair going right up. Look, there's the railings up there.
There's certainly one thing for sure with this place, it's certainly not as Mr. Adam intended it.
Well, this is very like Culzean, isn't it?
Yes, it's like a miniature of the round room at Culzean.
And what do you think this room was?
This is a drawing room. This whole cylinder it really consisted of a whole series of circular rooms. And on the top floor was, in fact, the library.
The view up there would have been amazing.
Yes, I can, in fact, vouch for the fact that it was amazing because I've been up there in the 1980s when I visited Dalwarren, and I was able to stand on the landing and I could look straight across to the windows, and there were still even carved Adam bookcases clinging to the sides of the walls, defying gravity.
We really know very little about the original interiors at Dalwarren. But we can at least imagine interiors here to match those still found at Culzean Castle, including even perhaps Adams's oval staircase, a superbly theatrical centrepiece bathed in light pouring in from above.
Charlie, this is a room you really have to see.
Wow, that is a complete cantilevering 3-level stone stair, complete with tree. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this before in my life. It's extraordinary, isn't it?
You can imagine this in rural Ayrshire, appearing in the 1780s, 1790s. This is really not
cutting edge, isn't it?
Yes. The neighbours must have come, and they must have been really jealous.
But I mean, there's obviously something sort of slightly tragic about the loss of this piece of architectural heritage, but also what's left is kind of fascinating in its own way too.
It's absolutely stunning. Yes, it is sad, but there's also an element to this castle which is absolutely spectacular. Fundamentally, the 60s, the 70s, and even into the 80s were really very bad for country house heritage. After the Second World War, society had changed. Wage costs were going up, and country houses were a thing that many people thought we would be best without, almost. It's a very different story here from Culzean, but it's a story, I think, which is worth telling. It's very much the story of all those houses which actually didn't make it.
So what is the future for Dalwarren Castle? There's been grand talk of it becoming the centre of a golf resort. But we have to accept it may just remain a ruin at the continuing mercy of the Scottish weather. Is that so bad a thing, though? There's an architectural majesty about ruins, and they always tell stories of our changing times.
The idea of the perfect country house preserved for all time is really only for the lucky few. For the most part, time cannot be stopped for country houses any more than it can for the rest of us.
Back on the Isle of Wight, my behind-the-scenes look at Osborne continues. One of the most recognisable architectural features of the building are its twin Italian Renaissance-style towers. One built as an observation platform where the view over the grounds and the coastline could be enjoyed. The second tower to incorporate a rather magnificent clock. Definitely not frequented by the royals, as access is through a cupboard door. Well, here we are. This is what I want to see. We're almost around sort of 32 metres up in the air now, but I've come up to see this magnificent clock. Now, here, look. The maker's name, John Smith. Made in 1777 for His Majesty King George III. Now, originally this clock was installed at Kew Palace, but it was brought here to Osborne in 1849. It had one dial back at Kew Palace, but Queen Victoria wanted 4 dials, so she had it altered because she wanted to see a dial on each elevation of this tower, so she could tell the time from wherever she was in the grounds. And the dials work, they're synchronised by virtue of this very clever mechanism that runs all around this tower, linking up the dials. Fabulous, and it strikes on every quarter of the hour. The views from the clock tower are quite outstanding, but this seemingly natural beauty was in fact given a helping hand by Prince Albert himself. He and builder Thomas Cubitt didn't just design the beautiful terraces that sit beneath the royal apartments, they completely reshaped the whole landscape in order to give it an idyllic sweeping view down to the sea, an enormous task in the days before mechanical earth movers. In Victorian England, the seaside was becoming increasingly popular. Now accessible with the invention of railways, people for the first time began to flock out of the smoggy cities and escape to the coast. Victoria and Albert were no exception, although unlike most, they had their own private beach just half a mile from the house. Currently under restoration by English Heritage, this place gives a unique insight into royal family life.
What
would everybody be doing? I mean, obviously Victoria would be playing with the princes and the princesses down here. How would they enjoy their day?
Well, we think that the royal children used to come down here very often with their governess, Lady Littleton, rather than with the Queen and Prince Albert themselves. And the Queen would often just sort of drop in to visit. She would go on her sort of rides or walks around the estate, and she would drop in to see how the children were getting on. And we know from sort of Lady Littleton's letters that the children loved collecting shells, digging on the sand.
The usual things.
The usual
really.
things that children do, yes. It was their first experience of the seaside.
Well, there's a bit of restoration going on here with this alcove with all the scaffolding going up.
Well, this is Queen Victoria's alcove by the sea. They started building it around 1865, and it was completed not until 1869, surprisingly enough.
This is actually marvellous, isn't it? I like the mosaic work as well. There's a lot of detail here.
There is.
What would have been the value of this to Victoria?
Well, I think she found this as a lovely, tranquil and peaceful place to shelter while she looked out to sea and sketched or dealt with her correspondence. We know she loved being in the open air. She had a number of her watercolours we have here which show pictures of the area near to the beach, and this one is showing the valley footpath leading down to the beach, and you've got the Queen's children there all busy decorating, adorning their houses with flowers. And then we have another one here.
This is the actual beach here we're on.
This is, yes, sort of view down to the beach there with a little boat just offshore. And then I think we have one down here. This is a more sombre view here for the period after the death of Albert, where she's gone to much more sort of like loose brush strokes and much lighter shades. She was very well trained by people like Edward Lear and William Leach, who was her drawing master, who came down here and gave her lessons in watercolour drawing, and she became a very proficient artist.
She's very good.
The last part of my tour concentrates on the final years of both Albert and Victoria. The death of Albert at the age of just 42 had a devastating effect on the Queen. The perfect family life came to an abrupt and untimely end, and this family home became a retreat and a place of mourning. The private sitting room and the bedrooms of the royal couple are perhaps the most moving of all the rooms at Osborne. They were sealed up to all but close family members for 50 years, and since then they've been kept just as they were at the end of the Queen's life.
Now, this does look more like a family room, slightly more cluttered, lived in, but that's what you'd expect.
Yes, up here in the private apartments, it's like a little flat almost. And yes, lots of clutter.
It's these two writing desks. Obviously, is this one the Queen's?
Queen's on the left, yeah.
Slightly more cluttered.
Yes.
Albert's a little bit more minimal.
Yes, yes.
Now, most people's sort of preconception of Albert and Victoria is slightly prudish, yet there they are, sitting together, side by side, looking up at 10 beautiful, naked, semi-naked ladies.
Yeah, I mean, this was a birthday present from Queen Victoria to Prince Albert. I don't know whether she was trying to sort of loosen him up a little bit, perhaps.
Hey, look, there's somebody in the bushes there. Look. I mean, that shows a sense of humour, doesn't it? That really does.
Yes,
Let's talk about the happier times, because obviously this was a family room. And the children would have been allowed to play in here, which was quite unusual, because children of a similar status, let's say, born to other heads of state, would have been far removed from these quarters, wouldn't they?
Oh, yes, and similar Victorian houses of this period, there would have been a completely separate nursery wing miles away from the parents' quarters. But no, that wasn't the case at Osborne. The children were very integrated into the daily life of the Queen and the Prince. The nurseries are immediately above us here, for instance. We know from references in the Queen's journals that the children were allowed into this room. And,
so their toys would have been in here and sometimes in their little seats and chairs.
Yes, exactly,
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's lovely. It just goes to show what a family-orientated, loving couple they were.
It's impossible not to be touched by the haunting atmosphere that still pervades this part of the house. Over the years, many stories have grown up around Albert and Victoria, but enter their private quarters at Osborne, with their belongings sitting virtually untouched for over a century, and you get a true picture of this devoted couple.
And Michael, this is Albert's dressing room, but it looks more like a study.
Well, it was a study, really. It was a cross between a study and a dressing room. And it was here that Albert came first thing in the morning to go through his papers and his correspondence and so on.
Was it love at first sight when they first met?
Perhaps not at first sight, but I think it's second sight.
That's pretty good going, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, famously, I think Queen Victoria wrote in her journal after the second time that she met Albert at Windsor that she beheld Albert, who is beautiful.
Let's just talk about his death, 1861. I mean, it was a particularly bad year for the Queen.
1861 wasn't a good year for Queen Victoria. Her mother died in March, and Albert, of course, died on the 14th of December. And just days after Albert's death at Windsor, the Queen retreated straight away down here to Osborne.
Did she suffer from depression?
Yes, I suppose, yes, it's what we would now call, I think, recognised as depression, a sort of some kind of a breakdown, really, bearing in mind that the Queen and the Prince had hardly spent any time apart. You know, it was a very close working relationship as well as a personal relationship. And when that ended, I think the Queen was completely poleaxed and disorientated. I really think she didn't quite know how to go forward.
But you can understand her coming back here, can't you? Just wanting to be surrounded by his things. You know, you can actually gain a lot of strength from that.
I think that the Queen didn't, in a way, acknowledge Albert's passing. You know, I think she kept everything very much as it was in his time, including, indeed, in this room, making sure that his clothes were laid out every morning. And we know that also his bowl of water on his washstand was filled up with hot water every morning, as if he was just sort of about to come into the room.
That's very touching. Throughout her widowhood, Victoria spent every Christmas at Osborne. In old age, rheumatism in her legs rendered her lame. Her eyesight was clouded by cataracts. And by the new year of 1901, she was confined to her room, feeling drowsy and confused. Today, that room, perhaps more than anywhere else in the house, tells us much about the married life and the final days of Victoria. This is the Queen's bedroom, the most private and important room in the house. And the first thing you notice is the bed. After Albert's death, Victoria always slept with a portrait of Albert on his side of the bed. And there's a little pouch there on the headboard. Albert always popped his watch in there before he went to sleep. There's something I want to point out, though. It's a little tiny plaque that Victoria had mounted on the footboard. It's a personal memorial, really. And it tells you the date they first slept together and the date they last slept together. But this is not just Queen Victoria's bedroom. This is where Victoria died in January in 1901. It was the end of the Victorian era. The things we associate with Queen Victoria, the Great British Empire, the Industrial Revolution, moving forward at full tilt, steam trains, steamships. It all happened in her reign. When you're in this room, there's a real sense of history. And we always associate Victoria in mourning, dressed in black. But for her funeral, she was dressed in white and purple. Although both Victoria and Albert adored their life here at Osborne, it held few charms for their children. In her will, she left strict instructions that the house should stay within the family. But no one wanted it. Perhaps it was too associated with their mother's death. Or perhaps the world had changed. The house that Victoria and Albert made so personal to themselves was no longer modern in the new era of the 20th century. The new King Edward VII presented it to the nation. It became a naval training school and a convalescent home, eventually opening to the public, much as it is today. Osborne is, without doubt, one of Britain's most elegant stately homes. The building, the grounds and the setting are simply stunning. But for me, what makes Osborne such a powerful part of our heritage is the intimate story it tells us about Victoria and Albert, their attention to detail and their desire to create for themselves a perfect family home, and of course their love and affection for their children.
From above, the British Isles are a patchwork of fields, towns and villages, but hidden amongst them are our heritage secrets, the remains of our industrial and social past, and of course those jewels in the crown, our country houses.
Today we're in Northern Ireland at one of our most important historic buildings, a stately home that was lived in by a family who, for 2 centuries, shaped the political landscape of the United Kingdom. The house has now been left to the nation, and I'll be finding out about its past owners and some of the treasures unearthed within.
Also, Claire Balding will be in the Midlands, taking a close look at some of the finest stained glass ever made.
I don't quite know what I was expecting, but I wasn't expecting this.
Charlie Luxton travels to the Lake District, where he'll be celebrating one of the unsung heroes of the Industrial Revolution.
Once upon a time, these seemingly inconsequential pieces of shaped Lakeland timber were fundamental to an industry that led the world.
This is the story of Britain's hidden heritage. Situated on the tranquil shores of Strangford Lough in County Down, Northern Ireland, is a dark and rather dramatic greystone stately home that in its day has played host to prominent artists, writers, politicians and even royalty. Its gardens, which were planted up in the 1920s, are acknowledged as some of the greatest in the world. And yet to many, this place is unknown. So today I'm going to be finding out why this stately home has remained so enigmatic. Welcome to Mount Stuart.
Since the 18th century, Mount Stuart has been the home of the Stuart family, holders of the title, the Marquis of Londonderry. The estate itself was first acquired in 1744 by Alexander Stuart, a Presbyterian Scot who made his money in the linen trade. The initial house was just a small part of the splendid building that stands here now. A relatively modest beginning for a family who became legendary for the style and scale of their hospitality and their influence over almost 2 centuries of British and Irish politics.
It took quite a while for the house to expand to the grand scale that we see today. Most of the family's money in the early years was spent on forwarding their political ambitions. However, all that was about to change when the third Marquis came along. He married one of the wealthiest women in the country, an heiress to a coal and railway fortune in the northeast of England. So the newlyweds went on a spending spree here at Mount Stuart. They wanted a house to befit their status, and one of the first additions was this enormous portico, big enough to drive a carriage under, something that would impress their guests.
The house and gardens are now owned and run by the National Trust, but members of the family do still reside at Mount Stuart, giving the place a real lived-in country house feel. The Trust's policy here is one of conservation, maintaining the house exactly as it was left. A wealthy family home with over 200 years of wear and tear on display. And although it may now be in suspended animation, keeping it that way is a monumental task. It's the staff preparing for the arrival of the public today, place setting the table with all the family silver. Let's go and have a chat to them.
Hello. Hi. Hi. You're both National Trust staff here, aren't you?
Yeah.
How many of you are here, based here?
Well, myself and Louise are 2 full-time staff members.
That's all you've got, just 2 full-time staff members?
2 full-time and 2 part-time. They do the morning clean. The conservation team come in and help us care for the collection every morning.
You've got all the family silver in your hands there. So does this come in and out every night?
does.
For security reasons, obviously, it goes back in
Yes,
the safe.
exactly. Yeah, absolutely. And also for conservation, so it's not left out. It's in specially made bags that we can just help care for the silver.
OK, carry on, won't you? Let
All
me
right.
stop you. Well, beautifully placed set, Louise. Is this the family coat of arms engraved on the glass?
It is. It's the Londonderry coat of arms with the L. You've got two different sets.
There's two there, isn't there? I've just noticed that.
Yeah, different eras. We've got different sets here coming together, but you've also got the double L's that have been embroidered on the napkins. They were Edith, Lady Londonderry's coat of arms, and she had them all embroidered on all of her different sets, so she could mix and match.
Would the guests in their day have eaten off the silver plates, or would there be a plate put on top of it?
As far as I can tell, then looking at the usage on the plates, they would have eaten off of them. All the scratch marks are there from successive generations eating on them. So, yeah, very much a used service.
Mount Stuart makes a strong impact on all those who enter. It's hardly surprising, as the whole point of the house was to impress. So who were the intriguing family who created the place?
Gosh, Peter, this is incredible. I love this hall.
It's wow, isn't it?
Yeah, it
this
has the wow
double
factor.
height domed ceiling.
Especially with all the light flooding in.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Why did the Londonderrys want to get involved in politics in such a big way? They were independently wealthy. They had everything going for them.
Politics was power. And, you know, really the most famous of the Marquesses of Londonderry was the second Lord Castlereagh. Instrumental in the Act of Union, also heavily involved in the Congress of Vienna.
Sure, so it was all about power, literally.
It was about power and access to power at the highest levels.
Yeah.
King Edward VII and Queen Alexandra stayed here in 1903. The late Queen Mother, as Duchess of York, was here. And of course, people from the arts and the literary world.
Gosh, a whole mixture, really.
Absolutely, yeah.
From cabinet ministers to military commanders, the Londonderry family bought, fought, or married itself into the upper echelons of British society. But always Mount Stuart remained the country retreat.
From something very grand to something very subtle. I like this room. Is it a study?
Indeed, yes, it was Lord Londonderry's sitting room when he came to live here from the early 1920s.
Is that him there?
Yes, that's him there, yeah.
Good-looking couple. That's very clever. I've just noticed the shutters in the windows, look. There's faux spines of books stuck onto them.
Yes, those sort of mock bookend shutters, Paul, when they're closed at night, create a sort of fabulous
Oh, it looks like a library then,
atmosphere.
doesn't it,
Yeah.
when they're shut? Oh, what are these? Guest books?
Visitors' books here. This one actually commemorates the royal visit in 1903 of King Edward VII and Queen Alexandra. Yeah. And then in more recent times, from 1968,
Prince Philip.
Prince Philip, yeah.
Wow.
Mount Stuart has a wonderful feel about it, with many generations of the Londonderry family having lived here, all making the place their own. There's a sort of historical mishmash of furniture and paintings, fabrics and colours. But they all work as a whole, held together by centuries of good taste. Many of the contents are family heirlooms, handed down through the years, but some are national treasures. Like this set of 22 unassuming early 19th century chairs, which hold an incredible story that harks back to 1814 and the second Marquess, the famous Lord Castlereagh.
He was instrumental in creating a lasting peace in Europe through his contacts. He gathered together the European leaders in what he called the Congress of Vienna. It was the end of the Napoleonic Wars. This peace lasted for almost 100 years, right up to the First World War. So it was an incredible moment in European history. But to get 22 European leaders sitting down, talking, was absolutely remarkable. And guess what they sat on? These 22 chairs.
Each chair was carefully allocated to a delegate and later embroidered to record who sat where.
So this one is the Duke of Wellington's. You can see his armorial there. And that one's Lord Castlereagh's. That early Congress system became the precursor to the United Nations. How incredible is that?
Later on, I'll be finding out about one member of the Londonderry family who was instrumental in bringing women the vote and somehow found time to create one of the finest gardens in the world. But before that, our reporter Claire Balding has been to the Midlands to find out about the race to save one of the country's greatest ecclesiastical treasures.
Nowadays, Britain's urban skylines are crowded with magnificent architecture. But take yourself back a few hundred years, and the only buildings that towered over the rest were our mighty cathedrals, with their impressive spires soaring skywards and pointing to the heavens. Our medieval cathedrals were not just places of worship, but also tools of instruction, their statues and their stained glass windows telling stories from the Bible that an often illiterate congregation could understand. But the windows in this cathedral tell more than just a biblical story. They tell a tale of a race against time, an historic drama, and a European treasure that only exists because of the dedication of one man. And the man I'm here to find out about is one of Britain's unsung heritage heroes, a man who saved one of the greatest ecclesiastic artworks in Europe and brought it here to Lichfield Cathedral for all to see. His name was Brooke Boothby, poet, translator of literature and patron of the arts. Boothby had the ambition to restore the cathedral in his beloved Lichfield, which had lost all its glass when it was smashed in the English Civil War. Brooke Boothby spent much of his adult life in Europe. In the early 1800s, he happened upon the Herkenrode nunnery, which had been dissolved and plundered during the French Revolutionary Wars. The Cistercian Abbey, 50 miles east of Brussels, had been all but destroyed by Napoleon's troops. However, Boothby discovered that the abbey's stained glass windows, which dated back to the 1520s, were miraculously still intact. They'd been created by artisans at the very top of their trade, and when Boothby saw them, he realised their historical and artistic importance, immediately sending word to the Dean of Lichfield. And these are the
These
letters.
are some of Brooke Boothby's letters, and this is the one that he first wrote. And you can see wonderfully, my love for a place which I consider with the affection of a second home induces me to trouble you, my dear sir. One of the many fine churches or monasteries which have been destroyed, one has been fortunately preserved. I have contracted for the purchase of 17 windows of what appears to me the finest painted glass I have almost ever seen, which I should greatly desire to be placed in your beautiful choir.
Gosh. Is there any record of how much it all cost?
Yes. Altogether, the glass and the transportation came to £200, and he was very particular that he expected the cathedral to reimburse him for £200. So it was an interest-free business transaction, but he didn't want to be out of pocket.
Once installed, the beautiful windows drew admirers from far and wide. But were you to arrive at Lichfield to see them today, you'd be sadly disappointed. Where is your great Herkenrode glass?
Yeah, don't panic, it's not here, but it is coming back. We took it down in 2010 for some absolutely essential restoration work.
So it's all gone? I mean,
all 7 windows dismantled piece by piece and packed away now for the conservation that needed to be done.
over the centuries, the wind and rain had taken their toll on this world-class treasure. So the Herkenrode glass has once again had to be dismantled, and this time taken to York, where each and every piece is undergoing extensive renovation. Keith, hi. Finally get to see it. Wow. I don't quite know what I was expecting, but I wasn't expecting this.
Well, this was work that was done, you know, at the height of the stained glass period.
I wasn't expecting a lot of nudie bodies, but it's very beautiful.
Well, this is very much part of a religious scene. This is from the Last Judgment. And you can see from the expressions on the faces that these are ones looking in hope and sort of joy and probably go up to heaven, and yet these are the ones that are being judged and they're distraught and they'll be going down to hell.
As artwork, does it move you emotionally?
It certainly does, because this is art, as far as stained glass is concerned, at its peak.
When the glass returns to the cathedral, it will for the first time sit behind a protective layer of clear glass, which allows Keith and his team to remove some of the excess lead that had been put in over the years to repair leaks and cracks, but which had been obscuring some of the artwork.
The actual leading is in a sound condition, so we're not re-leading the windows, but we are cleaning them, and we're taking the opportunity of actually removing some of the past repairs that were done. And then pieces at the edge were able to remove and take out the leads completely and glue the two pieces together. So we're edge bonding, you know, cracked pieces and removing leads wherever possible around the perimeter of each panel.
The restoration of the glass panels began over 2 years ago, and it's estimated it'll take another 3 years before they're ready to be reinstated in Lichfield. Now, it's not just a case of repairing the lead and cleaning the glass. These are incredibly intricate works of art, and over the centuries, some of the original brushstrokes have been lost. So the artists here are using both their knowledge of the historic methods of the time and their own artistic skills to replace the finer brushstrokes. Helen Whitaker is the artist who's been entrusted to restore the delicate Renaissance brushstrokes to the former glory that so captivated Brooke Boothby when he first saw them at Herkenrode Abbey. How do you assess this as a work of art, and how good is it?
I mean, this is absolutely exquisite painting. It's not only free, it's bold, it's confident, and it's just full of life. I mean, I can well imagine that Boothby was quite drawn by this.
You're tracing over lines that are there, but presumably in some cases you're having to invent.
No, I mean, fortunately, we can actually see the ghosting lines underneath that give us enough information to actually, you know, trace those lines that were originally there. And what's beautiful is we're actually bringing back what they probably envisaged when they originally did it.
And I don't, you know, this isn't meant to be a disrespectful question, but why did they bother being so intricate with the faces when once it's up in the cathedral, nobody's really going to be able to see them?
As a craftsperson, and I'm sure it was the same then, you love your craft so much that you want to do the best you can for it. So every piece is a jewel and it's treated like one. So I think that, you know, the detail was there, and it didn't actually matter if no one could see it because the quality was there.
In terms of the colour of the paint and also how it's made, are you making it up yourself every time?
Yeah. I mean, what we are using is they used oxides in that day, and we're pretty much recreating the colours with the oxides. Obviously, we're not firing this back painting onto the glass, but the colours we're matching up by various samples, so we're trying to get it as near as we possibly can.
Brooke Boothby was an extraordinary man. The lengths he went to, even in the midst of war, to save the Herkenrode glass that he had discovered and bring it back here to his beloved Lichfield Cathedral. And the exciting thing is that now the glass enters a new chapter, and very soon it will be reinstated here to be enjoyed for centuries to come.
Later on Britain's Hidden Heritage, Charlie Luxton will be visiting a Victorian time capsule that harks back to the Industrial Revolution.
You gonna make it? Yeah, yes, brilliant.
But first, we're back in Northern Ireland, where my tour of Mount Stuart continues. Home to the Marquesses of Londonderry for 250 years, it's a house that is full of history. But there's one person in the family, above all others, whose passion for the house and gardens shines out. And that is Edith Lady Londonderry, the wife of the 7th Marquess. From the 1920s to the 1950s, she transformed the place from what had become a dark Victorian house into a comfortable early 20th century country home.
Isn't it nice to enter a room, Maureen, through a secret door?
It is. Children love this door. Yes, Edith loved this room. This was her sitting room, the best light, the south
You can follow it
facing
around
west.
all day long, can't you?
And the gardens are all around you here.
But it's as if she's just gone out and she's going to come back in.
Yes, all her books are here, her desk, her gardening table, all the little mementos, photographs. Yeah, everything that you would associate with your own home, just on a larger scale.
Everything about this room is charming. I would imagine when the shutter goes up and that crystal chandelier shaped like a ship at night time looks like it's floating on the loch.
That was the idea.
Yeah.
That was the idea.
Who's this gentleman here?
This is Charles, Edith's husband, the seventh Marquess.
Okay.
In the 1930s, he was Air Minister in the British government.
Was he?
Yeah. Flying was his passion. He was responsible for the development of the Spitfire, the Hurricane radar.
Well, that's incredible.
Yeah.
The more you find out about the Londonderries, you realise it's a family steeped in history, don't you?
Oh, it is. They were very powerful and very influential.
Lady Edith is strikingly beautiful.
She was a very attractive and commanding presence in any room. Not only was she a great social hostess, she was a political hostess and was credited with founding the Women's Legion during the First World War.
Yes,
The end result of which was women in Britain got the vote in 1918, and it was in no small measure due to Edith, Lady Londonderry. She was the driving force behind a lot of women's suffrage.
Perhaps Edith Lady Londonderry's finest legacy here at Mount Stuart are the celebrated gardens, ranked amongst the greatest in the world, and as you wander around, you can soon see why. When Edith first saw this place, she found it rather damp and depressing, but she began to realise its potential. She fell in love with it, and during the 1920s, created a horticultural masterpiece.
Neil, this is such a beautiful place. You must love your job.
I do, yes. I mean, to work here is such a privilege.
Every day's a joy.
It is.
Did she design all of this herself and plant it up, or did she have professionals in?
Well, she did. She did it all herself, and she had some books for inspiration.
Yeah.
And she really copied a lot of things and adapted a lot of things. And really, you know, the whole garden is her expression, her artistic expression. So, yeah, she did it all herself. Well, this is the Gardens of Italy by Country Life in about 1920. And Edith's just sketched little ideas. This is this exhedral bench that we're sitting on here. Just sketching things out, and basically she'd give that to her guys to build.
On the back of an envelope?
Yeah,
Look
a
at
little
that.
envelope.
Isn't that lovely?
Yeah.
Oh, this is nice.
It is, yeah.
This echoes this.
Yeah, but this is actually the balustrade. If you look at the pots and the balusters. So she's actually taken that as the design for the balusters there.
From the gardens of Florence.
Yeah. So it's stunning to see. And then the garden diaries Edith kept shows her evolution as a gardener, really. But in 1926, she came up with some stunning colour schemes. Look at this.
Oh, this is really nice. And this is all handwritten and hand-coloured by hand.
But the actual one that she's most proud of, I think, is this one here, this sort of sunburst. This is the eastern
It's like an
side.
aerial view of what she's
She
proposing.
did go up onto the roof and
Did she? And look down?
Look down on it. So we're using this colour scheme again, using half the plants that she used and half that I think she'd like had she been alive today.
Yes.
But if this were just a colour scheme, you'd think that was fine in herbaceous plants and bulbs.
Yeah.
But actually what she was going for and was most proud of was not just herbaceous plants, but also shrubs, standard trees and pyramid-grown trees and standard trees in amongst the herbaceous plants. So it's got a very strong vertical plane. So you just get a sense of how beautiful, and the way she used colour, you know, in a French impressionistic way.
It's incredible, the attention to detail in this garden. It's just mind-blowing.
Yeah, it gets you on every level, as well as the planting and the colour and the beautiful shrubs, which often you wouldn't find anywhere else growing outside in the British Isles.
One of the most notable features of the gardens is the summer house, known as the Temple of the Winds. It has one of the most extraordinary interiors, and later on in the programme, I'll be paying it a visit.
But first, our reporter Charlie Luxton has been to Cumbria in search of a small but perfectly formed object that really did have a big impact on the Industrial Revolution.
The majestic site of Windermere, the largest lake in England and one of the centrepieces of the Lake District. People come up here to walk and climb and just soak up this beautiful scenery.
Today, the lakes thrive on one thing: tourism. But 150 years ago, priorities here were rather different, and it was only the odd writer and artist who came here to admire the landscape.
Whilst William Wordsworth was penning his poetry to the north of Windermere, the hills and valleys round here started to buzz to the sound of a new industry, based totally on these bobbins. Simple wooden reels, but they were central to the Industrial Revolution, and the Lake District made them in their millions.
Nowadays, the word bobbins can be a bit of a joke, but in the 19th century, it was anything but. The bobbin is a forgotten giant of Victorian Britain, absolutely vital to industry, nowhere more so than in the cotton spinning factories of Lancashire. These multi-storey mills were the largest in the world, each with thousands of spindles. Each spindle demanded a constant supply of bobbins. And just a few hundred metres from the banks of Lake Windermere is Stott Park, now the only surviving example of a lakeland bobbin mill that once would have supported the cotton industry. Like the bobbins themselves, Stott Park seems a rather humble and quaint place, and today it blends beautifully into its tranquil woodland location.
It is an absolutely incredible place, this, isn't it? I mean, it's like, it almost feels like it's unchanged.
Well, it's unbelievable, really. It was built in 1835. There's an extension through there which was done in 1880, 1890. But after that, it's just run as it is till 1971.
I imagine you need quite a lot of bobbins for the size of the textile industry that we had.
In Oldham alone, there were 20 million bobbins.
On machines?
On machines in Oldham, yes.
And how many bobbins could this place make?
This place could produce up to 250,000 bobbins a week.
Wow.
The industry settled here because it was so close to the giant mills of Lancashire. But the lakes also meant Mother Nature could lend a hand. Local woodland provided the key bobbin ingredient: timber, birch, alder and ash. And the fast-flowing water meant power for the machines. Within 50 years of opening, though, Stott Park took production to a new level. The water wheel was out, and in its place, a newer innovation: steam.
So this engine arrived in 1880 from Yorkshire, where it had already had a previous life pumping water out of a coal mine. It's now running at about half the speed it would have done in its prime, and even then, it only produced about 30 horsepower, which is about a third of the average family car. But that was enough energy to drive all the saws and all the machinery all the way through the factory.
Amazingly, that machinery is still here and still working, which gives me the chance of a bobbin-making lesson with Stott Park guide Tracy. The lakes once produced 260 shapes and sizes of bobbin, but I'll be concentrating on just one rather modest effort. In the 1880s, the main work took place in the new lathe workshop, and 130 years later, that's exactly where I'll be working today.
I've never seen so many belts before. Look at all the belt drives. It must have been quite dangerous.
It would be, yeah. There were no guards in any of the machines, the walkways or the belts, so yeah, you had to be very careful.
So this wouldn't have been here?
No, there'd be nothing like that there.
So how did you know where to go?
Well, they were very clever about that because of the amount of bobbins that they made. The floor level was about this high, right the way around the workshop of wind shavings. And they used to just dig out channels to get their access through the shavings. And if you always walked in a channel, you never walked into a moving belt.
One of the most ingenious bits of kit is this 1860s semi-automated drill. The drill bits have been removed, but the mechanism is in perfect order.
When the wood's been bored, you just take that bored wood off and then replace it with fresh wood to be bored.
I mean, the ingenuity is just extraordinary, isn't it?
It is very clever.
Automation, though, meant that this machine could be operated by apprentices. Boys aged 8 or 9 were brought in from Lancashire workhouses. At first, they would simply strip bark and prepare fresh logs, but by the age of 12, they were operating machines like this. 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, a pattern that would continue for years. With a hole now drilled through the block of wood, it's time to create something that looks more like a bobbin.
So that goes on there.
Yeah, you're going to bring the back tool in first, slowly.
When do I stop?
You keep going, do it a bit harder,
Whoa.
that's it. Now bring the front tool forward to cut out the barrel shape. There we go. That's it.
Whoa! So that's it?
That's it, the roughed out bobbin.
This is beginning to look more familiar, but a separate lathe is required to achieve the finished shape.
Hey! And look at that!
One finished
Look at that! We've made a bobbin! Hey! Yeah.
This mill isn't just a museum. There's real history within these walls. Being here is as close as one can ever get to experiencing this lost industry of the lakes.
Today, Stock Park is still dusty and noisy and just dangerous enough to feel exciting. But imagine what it was like in the late 1800s in its heyday. During the Second World War, they diversified production to make the wooden rungs for rope ladders and the handles for shovels. Later on, they would make egg cups and yo-yos and skipping rope handles. And they were still producing bobbins commercially until 1971.
But Stock Park is lucky to retain the expertise of someone who remembers the active days of the industry. David Steely worked at a nearby mill from the age of 15.
I made a bobbin. What do you think of that?
Good. It's good as mine.
Is it? I mean, how many of these do you think you've made in your life?
Oh, thousands. I should say millions, actually.
Millions? I mean, how many did you make a day?
Roughly on that one, around about 1,200.
A day?
A day.
Was there a real sort of camaraderie amongst the people you work with? I mean, did you enjoy it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you've got to enjoy it, otherwise you get bored. You had to enjoy it.
And what was it like as the mills were closing down? Did it really feel like the end of an era for everyone?
Oh, it did. You thought you had a job for life. They always want bobbins. But no.
It was the age of plastic that finally killed off the Lakeland bobbin industry. And of the 60-odd mills that once existed, this is the only one left intact.
Stock Park may now only produce the odd souvenir bobbins for people like me, but I love the thought that this tranquil corner of the world was once a powerhouse of production. And while industries rise and fall, it shouldn't stop us remembering that once upon a time, these seemingly inconsequential pieces of shaped Lakeland timber were fundamental to an industry that led the world.
Back in Northern Ireland, and my behind-the-scenes tour of Mount Stuart continues. What makes this place so special is that it doesn't feel like a museum. It really feels like you're walking around someone's home, just like one of the many house guests who were entertained here over the years.
Well, it's a real treat to explore the house. I like being nosy. It gives me lots of inspiration. Now, the whole house, in fact, is full of the most wonderful fine art and antiques. Everybody in the family throughout their history had an exceptional eye and very good taste. A lot of the furniture here was brought from their London residence. One of them was this bed. And it's got that sort of shabby chic look to it, a real sense of sort of faded elegance and a continental feel with this overhanging canopy with the family coat of arms up there. I like the fact that it's bruised and it's chipped and the gilding's flaking off. It gives it, like the rest of the house, a real sense of theatre.
But of course, sometimes the line between well-worn and worn out is a fine one. And like any historic home, Mount Stuart has suffered over the years from age. Recently, when cracks started appearing upstairs, an investigation found that a main supporting beam had started to give way, leaving the house requiring extensive work. And that, in any listed building, brings up the ongoing debate: restoration versus conservation. Bring a house back to how it looked when it was new, or leave it exactly as it was found in all its faded glory.
Well, Joe, you must see firsthand the problems, the structural problems here at the house, because you're the surveyor for the National Trust.
Yep. I have, over the past few years, I've actually seen the conditions getting gradually worse and worse. And it came to the point there basically last year where we felt something drastically had to be done.
And I guess this is where it gets difficult, because it's sort of conservation against sort of restoration, really. There's only so much you can do, isn't there?
There's only so much you can do, because we're a conservation charity.
Yeah.
So our primary aim is to conserve what we have.
Yes.
But at the same time, we can also take the chance while we're doing the conservation work to do some restoration work as well.
But it's not just the structure of the building that is suffering from the elements. The contents of all the rooms also require monitoring, as they too are starting to feel their age.
Now, there's one thing in common that all of our historic houses suffer from, that's wear and tear, and of course, light damage. Now, here's a wonderful example of what sunlight can do to an object, especially right here underneath this light scoop of the lantern up there. Look at the colour of it. You can see it's particularly quite faded, but if I turn it around, like that, look, there you are. Look at that vibrant hue of blue. Isn't that gorgeous? That's exactly how it would have been in 1750 when this chair was made. So you can see there are two choices, really. Restoration, complete reupholstery, or conservation. And in this case, it's got to be conservation. It's now being carefully monitored, so it won't get any worse. But looking at this, you know, it just is such a loved chair. It has been used. There's wear and tear on it. You see here, look, where it's starting to sort of pull apart there. That's somebody's neck and that's somebody's shoulders there rubbing against it. It just gives us a picture of the social history of how it was used. It's had family ownership and it's been well loved.
When the same family live in the same house for many generations, furniture and belongings inevitably begin to accumulate over the years. Mount Stuart, with its many rooms, has become a treasure trove of unopened boxes and unseen artefacts. The cataloguing of the contents is an ongoing process, and almost every week brings a new and exciting find.
So with only half of the house open to the public, it leaves a lot of rooms to discover lots more treasure in.
Absolutely, it's quite exciting. Lots of costume, lots of other bits we're uncovering. Very exciting time to be able to get it on show.
And you're finding this on a daily basis, are you?
Reasonably, yes.
OK, can we have a look inside here? What have we got? Da-da! Wow, look at that. Whose was that?
This is Frederick IV, Marquis of Londonderry. He was a Knight of the Order of St Patrick, and this is his robes. You can see you've got the sash of the order.
When does this date back to?
1856.
Gosh, it looks like it was made yesterday, doesn't it? Look
fabulous,
at the quality
isn't it?
of the needlework there.
Can I touch this?
Please do.
It's a wool, isn't it? It's a brushed wool.
It's brushed wool, and this feels the metallic thread here, all the detail. Again, details on the shamrock and the crown being part of the chivalric order.
Oh, look at the lining.
It's
Yeah, that's
very
really
rich.
nice, isn't it?
Padded.
But it's the richness of the red that's as bright today
Nice
as it was
jolly
150
scarlet.
years ago. Yes, yeah.
Of course, once each new find is uncovered, the challenge for Mount Stuart's custodians is like with the rest of the house to keep it in its current condition for future generations to enjoy. For the final part of my tour at Mount Stuart in Northern Ireland, I've saved one of the highlights, a place that is not usually open to the public. Standing to the east of the house, with fine views across the loch, is the Temple of the Winds. It was conceived by the first Marquis as a centrepiece for garden parties and outdoor entertainment. It is, in short, a summer house on a classical scale.
Well, it looks like I'm standing at the entrance of a very grand country house with fine architectural detail, fluted columns and Corinthian capitals. And if you think the outside is exquisite, wait until you see the inside. Oh, wow. Gosh, what a summer house. What a party place. Could you imagine dancing and drinking and partying underneath that flickering light? My word, and look at the ceiling. Look at the intricate detail in the plasterwork. That's by William Fitzgerald, a local craftsman, a man at the top of his genre. What a floor. I don't think I've seen anything as good as that in my life on a floor. Again, by local tradesman, John Ferguson. Mixed variety of woods here. Mahoganies, walnuts, and the lighter detail, this blonde wood, well, that's a holly. So you've got wonderful variegated hues and great depths of colour and beautiful, rich patination all over this floor. This is spectacular, and it really has stood the test of time as well. God, what a privilege to come here and see this. Well, the Temple of the Winds isn't the only tower on the estate. In fact, it's small fry compared to its bigger brother, which is all the way over there. Look at that. Can you see it? Just sticking up on the highest point of land. And it gives you an idea of just how large their estate was, because that was built on their land, look. It's massive.
Scrabo Tower was built in 1857 as a memorial to Charles Stuart, the third Marquis. He was one of the Duke of Wellington's generals in the Napoleonic Wars and the great-grandfather of Winston Churchill. Interestingly, the tower was built by subscription from local tenants. It tells much about the regard in which the Londonderry family were once held, but also how, as the 20th century arrived, their aristocratic world was destined to change.
Well, it certainly is an impressive view from up here. I can understand why the tower was positioned here, so you can see it across the loch when you're looking out the windows at Mount Stuart. I mean, it's the highest point, isn't it?
Yes.
And it is impressive once you're this close.
Yeah.
Why was it built?
Well, it was built as a mark of gratitude to the Londonderry family for their role as landlords in the famine, the Great Potato Famine. And it would have been those tenants who, during the famine, would have been very dependent on the goodwill of the landlord to see them through very difficult times, obviously.
Well, we're nearly there, aren't we? Yes. Do you know, it's built like a fortified building. Meant to last.
Yes.
A monument forever.
Yes, and it looks like it'll be here for a while.
Look at that view.
So you can see all the land that the family would have owned.
Were they popular further afield, or was it more about political divide?
Well, yes, in many ways the history of the family has always been about political divisions. The 7th Marquis of Londonderry, as Minister for Education in the Northern Ireland government, was very much responsible for implementing an Education Act, which in some ways was very forward-thinking and sought to introduce non-denominational education here. But this was really weakened very much by opposition, both from the Catholic Church and from Protestant church leaders as well. So never really materialised in the way he hoped it would.
Were the Londonderry family seen as outsiders?
I think in some ways by this time they actually were. I think the class to which they belonged, the landed elite as it were, was by this stage starting to become seen much more as outsiders. They didn't quite get the political divisions that existed here.
So, did this place do its job? Are they remembered and remembered fondly?
They are certainly remembered. Most people in Northern Ireland would be familiar with the name. I don't think most people would really associate this tower with the Londonderry family, and certainly when a lot of people look at this they know it as a landmark, but in terms of remembering the famine, remembering them as landowners in this area, I think that's very much a part of history and not very much something that people are conscious of today.
Inevitably, as the 20th century progressed, the Londonderrys became increasingly detached from the political system. The cost of running their many stately homes and the burden of death duties meant that bit by bit the estates and their contents were sold off, including their beloved country retreat here in County Down.
For nearly 2 centuries, the Londonderry family were at the very heart of political and social life here in Northern Ireland and Britain. The family may now have lost its influence, but Mount Stuart, with its remarkable country house collection and magnificent gardens, stands as a lasting testament to this remarkable dynasty. The British Isles are a treasure trove of incredible buildings, amazing objects and, of course, extraordinary characters who've all helped to make up our rich history. We've been travelling the length and the breadth of the country, visiting some of our much-loved country houses, finding out more about our industrial heritage and unearthing stories from the past as we go. And today I'm in Gloucestershire at a medieval castle, where a trawl through the archives has recently unearthed a lost musical masterpiece. This is incredible. Real history in the making here.
And it looks so boring from the outside.
Also on today's show, Claire Balding will be in the southeast of England, finding out how we know how country houses were decorated in days gone by.
It is exactly the same. Everything put in the same position. It's incredible.
And Charlie Luxton will be paying a behind-the-scenes visit to an architectural icon of the 1960s.
I am now 180 metres above the whole of central London.
These are the stories of Britain's hidden heritage. Being a feudal baron during the Middle Ages could be a risky business. Upset the king and you just might lose your title or your land, or if you're really unlucky, you could end up losing your head. Over the centuries, almost all of these medieval lords, barons and baronets have fallen by the wayside. But one particular family steered a very clever path, and for over 850 years, they've just about managed to hang on to everything they own. Now, the Berkeley family, and this is their home. They're still here today. Welcome to Berkeley Castle.
This impressive Norman fortress on the western edge of Gloucestershire has dominated the Vale of the River Severn for 9 centuries. Its strategic importance may have faded away many years ago, but its rugged presence still impresses to this day. Built to hold the western defences of the Norman kingdom, the stone keep was begun around 1150 by the first feudal lord of Berkeley, Robert Fitzharding. The castle was a reward from Henry II for assisting him in battle.
From the very beginning, the lords of Berkeley wielded great power. They were all military men, warriors who fought in all the major battles throughout the Middle Ages and beyond. And they fought with bravery at Bannockburn, Crécy, Poitiers, Culloden, and the list goes on. They were also great statesmen, successful farmers and shrewd businessmen, always eager to lend money and military might to a succession of kings. The story of the Berkeley family is incredible. How did they manage to hang on to the castle?
Basically by staying on the right side of whichever monarch happened to be on the throne at the time.
And it was as simple as that, who you rub shoulders with?
Absolutely. The Berkeley family were quite astute political movers, and they managed to keep in with the right crowd.
Has much been done to the castle over the years? I mean, condition-wise, it was absolutely fabulous.
Surprisingly little. Most of the family were very satisfied with the castle the way they discovered it, but in the 20th century, the last Earl did make a number of substantial alterations.
And that's when obviously electricity went in and mod cons?
Absolutely.
The Berkeley family have been living here for 27 generations. Nowadays, in order to help pay for the upkeep of the place, parts of the castle are open to the public, and one of the most impressive attractions has to be the medieval Great Hall.
Now this is a very impressive room. Is this the original Great Hall?
Probably not. There would have undoubtedly been a wooden one here first, but this is the most recent, and this was finished in the mid-14th century, about 1355, when the ceiling was put on with these wonderful carved oak timbers, probably all cut on the Berkeley estate. And behind you is one of the most important and unique features of Berkeley. This archway over the door is a Berkeley arch.
Do you know, I've never seen that before. I was expecting a Gothic arch like the one we've just walked through. That's slightly more arabesque, isn't it?
It's really unusual.
Yeah.
You only find this in two places. You find it here, and you find it in the Bishop's Palace at St David's in Wales.
And there's a whole series of them which run along there.
They frame all the windows.
Are the stained glass windows a lot later, obviously?
Yes, they were part of the improvements put in by the last Earl in the 1920s, 1930s, but nonetheless very relevant to the castle, because there are various shields of members of the family of monarchs such as Henry VIII, shield of King John, who laid siege to the castle and captured it and took it away from the family for a brief period. So very relevant to the castle's history.
Presumably this room would have witnessed so much throughout the centuries.
Absolutely. And one of the most important episodes that happened in this great hall was that the barons from this part of the west of England met here before joining the other barons to force King John to sign Magna Carta. So you could actually say that part of the history of England was written in this very room.
From the early Middle Ages through to the Tudors and beyond, the Berkeley lords were never far from the throne, and scattered around the castle are mementos from many significant events that forged Britain's past.
The whole place just oozes history, it really does. It's exceptional. I mean, just look at the wall coverings here. Look at this finely woven cloth with this wonderful gold decoration throughout. Reputedly, from the Field of Cloth of Gold, where Henry VIII met Francis I of France in 1520, just outside of Calais, to cement a real friendship after the peace treaty was signed. Now, both these men were very arrogant and show-offs, and it really was an opulent display of wealth. These were tent hangings, and the Berkeleys were there.
And the Berkeley presence at important historical events doesn't just stop with Britain's military heritage. They were also great patrons of the arts. It's said Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream was premiered at a Berkeley family wedding. And there's one room in the castle which shows they were not frightened to confront religious doctrine.
Now this is the room I want to show you. It's called the morning room, and like all the other rooms here in the castle, it has a fascinating story to tell. It was previously the castle's chapel, and you can tell that by just looking at the design and the decoration of the ceiling. This dates back to the early 1300s, but if you look closely, there's something very special up there. Up there, written all the way along there, are verses of the Bible. Now you're probably thinking, what's so special about that? Well, if you look closely, you can see they're all written in French, which had been the spoken language of the Berkeleys at the time. It marks the beginnings of the Bible being translated into a spoken common language, which, at this particular time in history, would have been strictly forbidden by the Pope. So this is one of the very earliest attempts of doing that. And it was translated by a Cornishman, John Trevisa, who was born in 1342. And he ended up being the castle chaplain here. All of this predates the Protestant church by a good 200 years. So no wonder it's been painted over and hidden and then scraped back to be revealed. What you see here and in the rest of the castle are significant points in British history. Very powerful stuff. So significant a historic site is Berkeley that for the last 6 years it's been the location of an important archaeological dig. And later I'll be joining in to see what finds have been unearthed. But before that, our reporter Claire Balding is in London to check out an incredible archive that has helped to save some of our most beautiful historic houses.
When English Heritage set about restoring the interiors of Eltham Palace in South London, taking them back to their 1930s heyday, where did the research begin? Family archive? Old paintings, perhaps? No. The Heritage Detective's first port of call is not where you might think. Well, I have to say, this is pretty blissful. Lovely spring day, cup of tea, and a copy of Country Life. Published once a week, every week since Queen Victoria was on the throne. This magazine has been relentlessly documenting British architecture, interiors and gardens, and its photographic archive has become a national treasure. Long before many of our fine historic houses were open to the public, the photos in Country Life were the only way to see inside the homes of high society. Nowadays, organisations like English Heritage and the National Trust are using these photographic records as an invaluable aid to many restoration projects. So today, I'm not in the country, quite the opposite in fact. I'm in London on the South Bank at Country Life's headquarters to find out more about this unique archive collection. John, I think of Country Life as a sort of airbrushed view of the world. You know, every garden is perfect, every painting is straight, everyone looks lovely. How can it possibly be a realistic historical document?
Well, it's Britain in its Sunday best, shall we say. There's no doubt about that. It's very much trying to celebrate the architecture and the buildings and show them at their best.
The quality of the photographs in here is just so high. I mean, these are fabulous.
Well, when it was first published in 1897, it was actually called Country Life Illustrated because the publisher was fascinated by a brand new technology, which was half-tone block printing, which allowed you to reproduce really high-quality photographs in press for the first time.
Do we know anything about the photographers themselves?
Well, not as much as we would like, but we do have a particularly good insight into the life and works of one of them, a man called Alfred Henson, who worked with the magazine from 1916. He would install himself, set up his darkroom, and work his way around the house, reorganising interiors to make them look picture perfect. This is in fact a photograph of Henson at Old Rufford Hall, nailing dust sheets to the windows so that there was an even exposure of the interior. So this man is turning the place on its head in order to photograph. One chatelaine of a house said it was worse than burglars having him along.
But there's one particular Alfred Henson assignment that really shows how important the Country Life archive has now become. It was a photo shoot that 75 years later proved invaluable in saving perhaps the most outstanding 1930s interior in Britain. To find out more, I'm venturing underground to the Country Life archive in search of an article about Eltham Palace. Ah, this is it. I found you. Hi, Justin.
Hi, Claire. Nice to meet you.
God, it's cold in here.
Keeps everything nice and cool, looks after all the copies we've got here. We've got a complete run of Country Life, dating back from 1897, when the magazine was first published. It's an amazing collection, fantastic to work with.
Now I've got a request.
OK.
Like a really annoying person. I want something quite specific because I know that English Heritage did a lot of work on Eltham Palace, and the research that they did relied on photographs that were in Country Life from an edition in 1937.
OK, fine. Just wander down here, 1930, 1932, and here we go, 1937.
This is it, is it?
This is it, so let's have a look.
Now, I think the article that I'm after was in May...
Right.
May the 29th.
OK. Wow.
Oh, that's it?
Fantastic.
Brilliant. Can I borrow this book?
Absolutely.
I promise, I promise. Heavy as it is, I will guard it with my life. When it comes to interior design, Eltham Palace in southeast London is a rare gem, and one that could easily have been lost forever. In 1937, it was hardly surprising that the country life photographer Alfred Henson should want to pay a visit. The glistening state-of-the-art mansion had just been completed, courtesy of Stephen and Virginia Courtauld, and it boasted the most extraordinary interiors in the country. The Courtaulds were fascinating characters, fabulously wealthy thanks to the family textile business, and utterly submerged in the London arts scene. And coming here is like stepping into their world. It's 1937, an era of Hollywood glamour, high society, and the world of Art Deco. Wow, this is absolutely stunning. It's like walking into a film set. Eltham's entrance hall has been returned to 1937. In fact, to the very moment when Alfred Henson pressed the shutter on his camera. And it's just as well he did, because within 8 years of taking these photos, the Courtaulds had fled their home overlooking war-torn London, and for the next 50 years, this building was taken over by the army. Eltham Palace and its fabulous interiors parted company. But in 1995, English Heritage assumed responsibility, and with the Country Life photographic record to guide them, set about recreating the world of the Courtaulds. We could actually be on Alfred Henson's shoulder. I mean, it is exactly the same. Everything put in the same position. It's incredible.
We wanted to put it back as people saw it in 1937 in this article. So these photos were absolutely crucial in helping us to do that. What he's managed to do is create this amazingly luxurious ocean liner feel to this room and put it in print.
All over the house, it was a similar story. In Virginia Courtauld's bedroom, one photo revealed her choice of armchair fabric. This design was recreated with new chairs upholstered using 1930s techniques. In the dining room, the bird's eye maple veneer table and chairs were recreated by furniture makers in Rugby. And finally, the famous Marion Dawn carpet at the entrance hall, made once again by hand in Donegal, Ireland, and lined up just as it was in 1937.
What we need to be careful of with country life photos and with using them as historic documents to recreate, we have to do it with that knowledge that they were staged. So we were also lucky enough to have an inventory of the house from slightly later, from 1939, which lists lots of things in this room that we're sitting in that don't appear in the photograph.
But it's interesting because it actually increases the influence of Henson on the heritage picture we have now, that he is as much a part of this and of how we view it historically as anyone else. Today's Eltham Palace is like a stage set, still touched by the hand of Alfred Henson. But his meticulous and comprehensive coverage has enabled a dedicated team of conservators to recapture a most unusual heritage treasure. So often, we can only get a taste of what periods in history must have been like. But here, the full Art Deco glory of the 1930s is back. All too often we think of heritage as being about buildings and objects, but what I've seen today, an almost secret stash of photographs buried in a Thameside basement, holds an intrinsic value of its own, because those photographs are the key, not just to recreating the accuracy of the contents here, but also in bringing to life again the spirit of a place like Eltham Palace.
Later on Britain's Hidden Heritage, Charlie Luxton will be climbing to the top of one of the country's first and favourite modernist buildings.
The whole of central London, spread right before you out to the countryside.
But first, my tour of Berkeley Castle continues. When the Normans invaded England in 1066, they quickly spread across the country, taking over Saxon communities and building defensive castles as they went. Berkeley was strategically placed to guard against attacks from the Welsh from across the River Severn, and it's easy to see why the Normans chose this place as a location.
Well, here we are, I'm on the roof right now, level, as you can see, with the treetops. The general public are not allowed up here, so I'm quite lucky. But we should get the most marvellous bird's eye view of the whole footprint of the castle. And we do, look at that. A castle keep, an inner bailey, and a curtain wall. It's the most marvellous example of Norman fortified architecture. But what a view! You can literally see for miles around here. Over there's the River Severn, beyond the Welsh marches, but you can see right across the Vale. Stick a sentry up here on guard duty, and he could see anybody approaching for miles. And likewise, the castle itself can be seen from miles away, standing as a reminder to any would-be Welsh invader thinking of attacking Norman England. And there is evidence that the castle was originally rendered with a lime render. And it's there, look, it's that creamy render just around the window. So from a distance, this whole castle would have looked brilliant white against this lush vegetation of the landscape, standing out as a beacon, a symbol of power and strength.
Little is known of the community that existed here before the Normans took over. However, it's thought this may have been a religious site dating as far back as the Romans. In the grounds of the castle, Bristol University's archaeological department have been trying to find out exactly what went on here, and they've come up with some quite surprising results.
Paul, nice to meet you. How are you?
That's a big hole.
It is, it is. We've been digging here now for, about 6 years on and off, and we've got some amazing archaeology in this trench. And you're here to see the castle, and in fact, just here...
There's a wall there.
There is a wall. In fact, you're looking, believe it or not, at a Norman house.
Gosh.
This house is contemporary with the stone construction of the castle. So this is 1150, 12th century.
What were you initially looking for? Why did you start to dig here?
We were interested in the Norman landscape and actually the earlier Saxon landscape. And what I'm trying to work out is what happens when the Normans arrive. And the castle's in a really strange place at Berkeley, right up in the back corner. We think there's a big Anglo-Saxon minster, a big religious site here.
Right.
And the castle's tucked just outside it. You'd normally expect to find it in the middle.
Yeah.
So there's a big ecclesiastical power, and the Normans have to take the only bit of land that's available to them. And so I'm keen to find out really what happens with the Saxon landscape and how the Normans imposed their kind of feudal landscape over the top of it. And we're trying to find out what life was like for people that lived in these plots, what their day-to-day life was like, what the kinds of crafts that they carried out, what sort of pottery they used, and really what it was like to be under, you know, the yoke of Norman lordship.
So far, the dig has come up with plenty of broken pottery to prove there was once a thriving community here. These bits of ceramic have been a key way of dating the site, and medieval pottery expert Jim Newbolt is here to show me how the pots that have been found at Berkeley were made and what they originally looked like.
How long has it taken you to make these?
This one here, that took 10 minutes.
And this technique's called pinched, as opposed to thrown, where it's on a wheel. It's just literally pummeled into shape.
Even when we get the, even when we do get the wheel coming in, let's say the 7th century, there's no saying that this technique wasn't just speeded up by putting that on the wheel and going back to the pinching. We start by making the actual rim of the pot and then bring the belly and the bottom of the pot out afterwards, depending on what you want the clay to do. So if I take it to that stage, that's my basic
shallow
top part of the vessel that you see there.
Right, I see.
That's then ready to put to one side. That's a bit soft there. This one here, turn over, and then here's where we put the paddle and anvil. Here's my soft leather anvil, and then we take the rib, and that will create that large, rounded cooking pot. I mean, this is a sound that you would have probably heard in those Saxon houses. There we go.
That's looking good.
That's that that Norman cooking pot. By the time we get to the 13th and 14th century, you still see this same shape in use because it's a very practical... The rounded bottom means the heat moves around the outside. You can imagine a rolling boil in the hearth. You could fry sausages in the fireplace, and yet now we say, oh, you can't put pots in the fire, yet the Saxons could.
I'll be returning to the archaeology site at the end of the programme to see if they've uncovered any exciting finds. In the meantime, our industrial heritage reporter Charlie Luxton brings things a little more up to date as he travels to London and a 1960s landmark.
It's not very often in this country that we sing the praises of 60s architecture. Brutalist concrete buildings, so loved by modernist architects and designers like me, yet so loathed by the general public. There was, and still is, an exception. And because of that, it's become an important part of our heritage. The concrete and glass structure has been defining London's skyline for 50 years. Right from the very beginning, it captured the public imagination, and over time, has won over its affection. I am talking about, of course, the BT Tower.
In 1965, the tower opened to great acclaim. It marked a time of profound change when Britain, for the first time in decades, was looking forward to an exciting future.
As the rubble of the Second World War was cleared away, new and taller buildings began to rise. In a few years, the look of London changed entirely, and nothing changed it more than the building that was eventually to dominate the skyline.
Now, you could say that the tower isn't really hidden heritage at all, given the fact you can see it from pretty much everywhere in London. But actually, it was closed to the public in the 1980s, so very few people actually get a chance to see it up close.
So today, I'm really rather privileged, as I'm going to be allowed to explore the whole structure, including the famous revolving restaurant and even the roof itself. But first of all, I want to find out how 13,000 tons of reinforced concrete is held up. So I'm heading somewhere truly hidden, an area that hasn't seen the light of day since the early 60s.
This incredible space is the base of the tower. It's the foundation. It's an incredible, enormous concrete pyramid that holds it up. Now, the way this foundation works is that the tower sits in the top of the middle of the pyramid there. And this great big construction here is actually just to spread that weight out, to give it a wider base, to make it a bit more stable. But this is not the bottom of the foundation even here. There's another 50 metres of concrete going right down through the London clay. Because of the sensitivity of those microwave transmitters, the tower couldn't rock. Now, normally, a tall building will actually sway quite a lot in the wind, but this one couldn't, so it had to be super stiff.
80 feet up, that stiffness was reinforced by a collar, clasping the core shaft of the building tightly, holding all the tower's vital equipment firmly in place. Technology and communication were the buzzwords of the 60s, and they were the very reason the tower was constructed. It became the country's biggest telephone exchange and microwave transmitter, beaming out communication signals across the UK.
Putting it simply, microwaves carry radio signals of very, very short wavelength. Like light, they travel in straight lines. And like light, they're lost to view, or use as it were, by the curvature of the Earth's surface.
But beyond the technology, the Post Office Tower, as it was first called, was a global symbol of Britain in the throes of modernisation. Built with public money and with viewing platforms open to visitors, in the swinging 60s the tower was an instant hit. The 34th floor restaurant was quite literally revolutionary.
To the restaurant level, and
the man who opened the tower to those first public visitors is with me today, the then Postmaster General, Tony Benn.
So was this like one of the hottest tables in town when it was?
Well, it was certainly very popular because it gave you such a fantastic view of London. So you could book a table here
and see the whole of London while you
Yes.
had your main course?
Yes, you could, yes.
Why do you think this building is held in such affection by so many people? Because it's an intensely modern building, but people really love it.
Well, I have a special feeling for it, having been here when it was opened and so on. But it was seen as a symbol of the age into which we were moving. And then we had the opening with Billy Butlin ran this restaurant, and the Queen came, and it was a great event.
Now, I understand that actually it still turns.
Well, I hope it does. It'd be very nice if it did.
Should we go and see if we can get it working?
Yes. Who knows where the button is?
I don't know.
Last time I
With the restaurant and the tower long since closed to the public, something of an urban myth seems to have developed that the 34th floor no longer rotates. But as you can see, when VIPs ask nicely, it clearly does. Furthermore, the engineering is unchanged since the 1960s.
Well, I've always thought what a wonderful place to have a state banquet. So you'd have the Queen or the Prime Minister here, and the guests would go by.
So when you have that awkward silence, you just sort of drift gracefully off.
Yes, you drift off, that's right, and then come back again, and you would have forgotten what it was about.
Whilst state dinners never quite made it here, the 34th floor was certainly an exclusive spot, the capital's first high-level vantage point. But it's not quite the best view of all. Today, I'm being allowed to venture even higher.
Right. I am now 180 metres above the streets of London, and I've got a 360-degree view. It's stunning. There's Wembley over there, you can just see the arch. And then just the whole of central London spread right before you out to the countryside, to the Olympic Park. Absolutely fantastic.
Throughout the late 60s and 70s, the tower was the tallest building in London. Incredibly, it stole the title from a building that had held it for 250 years, St Paul's Cathedral. In the past, we built tall to reach towards heaven.
But the construction of this tower changed all of that. It wasn't built to point towards God, it was built to point towards the telephones and TV sets.
But technology has come a long way since 1965, and Londoners may have noticed that the famous horns and dishes that the tower was built to support have recently disappeared. Getting a closer look involves a very scary step off the side of the tower.
Hope you like heights, Charlie.
In 2011, Bob Simon was part of the team responsible for dismantling an era of communication technology.
There's nothing on the outside here that's sort of transmitting and receiving information.
As in the core stuff, which used to carry all the radio and the TV, nothing like that at all on the building whatsoever.
How big were the horns?
The horns were approximately 9 metres in height.
So you lifted them from up there, then dropped them down onto one of these decks?
Correct.
And then just cut them up?
Yep. Yeah.
And then how'd you get them down from there?
Well, we had to cut them up into small enough pieces to get them into the lift.
So you cut those, because they were massive?
Huge. You can imagine the size of pieces that we had to cut them up into to get them down.
The BT Tower is still very much in use, but the important stuff no longer happens up there at the top on display. It happens down here at the base. This is the International Media Centre, and the vast majority of mainstream TV is managed through here. In fact, you're probably watching me on technology controlled just there. But that information is no longer sent through the air. It goes underground on fibre optic cables, and those cables go under the Channel to the continent, under the Atlantic to America and beyond. So this building is connected, hardwired into a massive spider's web that circumnavigates the globe.
So here we have a very rare thing indeed. A working 60s building made of concrete, but one that undoubtedly holds our affections.
But there's much more to the BT Tower than just a gleaming modernist structure born in the optimism of the 1960s. It stands, I think, as a triumph of its function, communication. Now, the technology might have moved on, but its place in our heritage is assured because it stands as the original hub of modern Britain.
But first, we're back at Berkeley where my tour continues. Now, one could hardly come to this castle without acknowledging one of the most notorious and darkest tales in Britain's history, which supposedly took place here in 1327. But is it true, or is it just a story?
Now, Winston Churchill is supposed to have said history is written by the victors. And if there's one episode that proves this true, it's the event that overshadows all the other incredible history here at Berkeley. And that's the imprisonment and the brutal murder of King Edward II. Now, according to history, Edward II was considered an incompetent king. He was lavish with his money. He put too much trust in his advisors. And in battle, he was a complete failure. He was hated by the people, hated by the barons, but even more so, hated by his wife, Isabella, who, with her lover, Roger Mortimer, raised an army against him, had him deposed and flung into prison here. Now, as we've mentioned, the Berkeley family have pretty much owned and lived in the castle for 9 centuries, which gives this magnificent building an almost unique and unrivalled continuity. And it just doesn't pertain to the fabric of the building, but also its contents. Everything here has been passionately collected by each generation over the centuries. And as you walk from room to room, you'll notice a series of family portraits, and they're all of exceptional quality. If you look at the signatures, they read like a veritable who's who of every great British portrait painter worth his salt. Now, there are 3 marvellous family portraits in here. John, the 3rd Lord Berkeley of Stratton here, and his wife, Lady Jane. They make a rather handsome couple, and they were painted sort of circa 1670 by Sir Peter Lely, who followed in the footsteps of Van Dyck. Lely was a Dutchman. He settled in London as a young man and later on in life became a naturalised Englishman. But his talents earned him the right to be court painter to Charles I. His skills got him through that unfortunate incident of Charles losing his head. He ended up painting for Charles II, became a court painter as well, and in 1680, at the age of 62, he was knighted Sir Peter Lely. But these paintings by Lely are so special because this is the birth of what's known today as the English portrait style. And throughout this period of history, in this particular time, it was the vogue, it was the fashion to have your portrait painted, like we like our photographs taken. And to maximise his earnings, Lely employed a studio full of assistants who would paint in the foreground, the background, and a lot of the body. Lely would come in and just paint the important bits, the face maybe, and the hands, and a little bit of detail. Rather clever. So that's why there's an awful great body of Lely's work around, because he was so prolific.
For the Berkeley family to have held their collection of artworks and antiques together and in the same place for such a long time is an extraordinary feat. I met up with Charles Berkeley, who, along with his father, has the mighty task of keeping their ancestral home going.
Thank you, Charles. Wonderful textures here in this room, very rich. A lot of people must think you're very privileged to own your own family castle.
I know, and you do get a lot of comments, oh, how lucky you are to have grown up in such a magical, wonderful place. But it does have its...
headaches and hard work.
Yeah, a lot of hard work. We've just rewired and put new heating in the whole of the castle. We've done a whole lot of repair work to the roof and various other places. It is a constant challenge to be able to put money back in.
What was it like growing up here as a kid? I mean, great fun, playing hide and seek, I would imagine, and trying on the armour.
It was fantastic. We were up to all kinds of mischief, but it was lovely to be able to enjoy such a place like this. And the visitors always loved it too. They saw these 2 boys racing around, coming out from behind sofas, and yeah, it was magical.
Where are we going, Charles?
We are going up to the great stateroom, Paul, one of the main bedrooms in the castle, which has got a lot of history and a very fine bed.
Fabulous bedroom.
But the centrepiece is that lovely bed.
Oh, what's its history?
Wonderful carvings. Well, it's fascinating. We believe it's 16th century oak tester bed, and these wonderful carvings, supposedly of Lord and Lady Berkeley at the time.
This is an exquisite bed. Who has slept in this?
We believe Henry VIII stayed here with Anne Boleyn on one of her travels, and Elizabeth I did a pilgrimage and certainly stayed for 2 nights here.
In those days, there would have been about 3 mattresses stuffed with horsehair. It would have come up to about here.
Yes.
But thankfully, you've changed it now.
Yeah, you've got a new mattress put in.
With Berkeley Castle being such an important part of Britain's heritage, what a huge responsibility it must be for Charles and his family to maintain the place for future generations, especially with 850 years' worth of his ancestors watching over him. Earlier on, back at Berkeley Castle, I met the team of archaeologists from Bristol University who were investigating the site's early days. So before we leave, it's time to have a look at some of the treasures they have unearthed.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Oh. Good to see you again.
And you.
Oh.
What have you found for me?
Well, this is the key find that I really want to show you, Paul.
This is what this site's all about, is it?
This is what this site's all about. Basically, we're inside an Anglo-Saxon minster, and what we're looking for is evidence that we've got monks and nuns. And one of the things that we know about minsters is that they're literate, and this is a period where most people are illiterate. So, for instance, if the king wants a document drawn up, he'll go to the minster to get that document written.
Sure.
And so we're looking for evidence that we've got monks and nuns, and this is a thing which is absolutely unique, actually, in this country. It's called an astle. And basically, you would have had a long bone pointer from the bottom, and you use it to follow the illuminated manuscript as you read aloud, for instance, in church. And when you get to the end of the page, you actually use it to then turn the page. So you
see,
don't
this end would turn the page.
You turn the page.
So you don't touch the vellum.
That's right, absolutely right. And this is a unique find in this country. So it's 8th to 9th century, and what it tells us is we've got Anglo-Saxon literacy, and you can see it's ecclesiastical. There's no doubt it's an ecclesiastical piece. But that's absolutely the star find from our site so far, and it's a wonderful piece of archaeology.
The archaeological dig outside the castle is not the only place that has been a source of hidden heritage. Locked in the vaults way under Berkeley are the family archives, the home of some rare and remarkable documents. Gosh, what a lot of books. David Smith has been the archivist at the castle for over 30 years, in charge of cataloguing the thousands of documents and artefacts.
So what we've got here is basically the residue of a country gentleman's library in the 18th century with additions, because it's a living library. Things still come in here if they are relevant to the castle, the family, or the archives.
In 2001, David came across a seemingly insignificant book that turned out to be anything but. It was nothing less than a lost manuscript by the great Italian composer Antonio Vivaldi. This was a discovery of worldwide importance. Can you remember the moment you discovered this Vivaldi manuscript?
I can remember the moment when I was told what it was, because...
Was it a eureka moment?
Well, not for me, because I don't understand music. It was someone who I managed to find as a consultant to look at it. This is Professor Michael Talbot of Liverpool. Now, he's a man of few words, and I don't think he would mind even his friends saying that he hasn't got a great deal of expression. So he came in here, I put the book out for him, and he got his head down and he looked at it and he worked on it solidly without saying a word for about 2 hours, and he was measuring the distance between the staves, because that's how you find out which music shop it was copied in and all that sort of thing. And then he looked up at me and he said, go into any antiquarian music shop in Europe, he said, and you'd find a book that on the outside looks like this, but you'd never find one with the contents when you open it that this one has. Gosh. And that was the moment when I realised what we got.
So it wasn't signed Vivaldi anywhere at all?
Well, the word Vivaldi is written on the top of some of his compositions. But what you have here is a compilation of something like 50 tunes. And of those 50, and they're not all by Vivaldi by any means, I think about a dozen are, of those 50, 17 are not known in any other place. They're absolutely unique to this manuscript. And 6 are new Vivaldi music. In other words, it was known that he composed the arias, but the music had not survived, and they do survive in here.
This is incredible, absolutely incredible. This is real history in the making here.
And it looks so boring from the outside.
In his lifetime, Vivaldi wrote over 500 instrumental and choral works, including an opera by the name of The Triumphant Constancy of Love and Hate. And it's from this that the missing arias came, written around 1716. They were lost for nearly 300 years. And just in case you wondered what they sound like, well, we couldn't let this occasion pass without getting in a few musicians to bring this particular bit of hidden heritage to life.
That was brilliant. Thank you so much for bringing that piece of music alive. And I know we put you on the spot. You only had about 10 minutes to practice that wonderful singing, Rosie. Beautiful voice. And you're here, that's got the body of a lute. What instrument's that?
It's an instrument called chitarrone or tiorba. It's a 17th century Italian type of lute that was used in Vivaldi's time.
Wow. Well, it certainly sent me back in time, put it that way. That's lovely. Thank you so much. What's it like playing in a room like this?
Well, this music was discovered here, so it's a real privilege to be performing something so rare in such beautiful surroundings. It's really wonderful.
What a glorious way of ending my tour of Berkeley Castle, with the strains of one of the lost Vivaldi arias ringing out in the Great Hall, as they might well have done some 300 years ago. I wonder what other discoveries might be found here in the future.
This magnificent castle connects the present Berkeley family with their ancestors. It's their family history, but it's our heritage, because Berkeley Castle, its contents and the events that took place here really have shaped Britain's history. What an incredible place. See you next time.